Hello, everyone. We are live on Facebook and YouTube and getting X started. And I will now open up the Zoom webinar room.
Welcome, everyone, to our final day of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Really glad to have you with us today, and please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat and let us know where you're from, and we'll get started in a little bit. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Thanks so much for being with us today. We're just giving people time to join us. Please you're welcome to put your name and where you're from in the chat. Really great to see such a wonderful audience from Colombia, South Sudan, Brazil, France, Madagascar, Pakistan, Uganda. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. This is our final day. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll get started in a little bit. We're just welcoming people to the Zoom room and getting all of our live streams set up. It's great to see people introducing themselves in the chat and letting us know where they're from. We have folks from Eswatini, from Colombia, from Colorado, from Chicago, Italy, Virginia, Kenya, Boston, Zimbabwe, amazing. Nigeria, Ghana, Philadelphia, welcome. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. So welcome everyone to day 6 of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. This is our final day of an incredible journey that has gone on all week, and we thank you. All of you have joined us for this time, or maybe today's your first day. Thank you for your patience as we do a little housekeeping to ensure people are able to participate in different languages. When someone is speaking in a language other than your own, please activate the Zoom interpretation by clicking on the interpretation globe in the lower right side of your screen and choose the language in which you would like to listen. If you're connecting to Zoom through your phone, please touch the 3 dots at the bottom right corner of your screen where it says More and choose Language Interpretation. Choose the language in which you would like to listen and then touch Done. And today we will be needing this feature a lot. And if the interpreters would please kindly give instructions now in Spanish, French, and then Portuguese. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Para los participantes que están en el Zoom, si están en una computadora, pueden escuchar la interpretación al español haciendo clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla de Zoom. Si están en un dispositivo móvil, se ve un poco diferente. Hay que ir al menú en la parte inferior de su aplicación de Zoom, tocar donde dice Más y seleccionar Interpretación, luego Español y Finalizado o OK para que se guarden sus preferencias. Si usted tiene dificultades para activar la función de interpretación, háganoslo saber en el chat. Muchas gracias y le doy la palabra a mis colegas de francés.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Gaëlle et j'assure avec Rachel l'interprétation en français pour cette semaine. C'est un honneur d'être avec vous. L'interprétation est disponible en anglais, espagnol, français et portugais. Veillez à sélectionner le canal français pour accéder à l'interprétation. Si vous utilisez un ordinateur, vous pouvez cliquer sur l'icône en forme de globe qui dit interprétation dans la barre d'outils de votre Zoom. Si vous utilisez Zoom sur un téléphone ou une tablette, vous pouvez cliquer sur les 3 petits points ou plus, puis sur interprétation, puis français et enfin terminer. L'interprétation n'est pas disponible sur les appareils Chromebook ou Linux. N'hésitez pas à intervenir en français, nous interpréterons vers l'anglais. Si vous rencontrez des problèmes avec l'interprétation, veuillez nous en faire part sur le chat. Merci de nous aider à créer cet espace multilingue. Bonne session à vous. And I give back the floor for my Portuguese colleagues.
Olá a todas as participantes, gostaria de dar as boas-vindas ao último dia do nosso evento. E o nosso evento é um evento multilingüe, com pessoas falando em inglês, francês, espanhol e português. Então, se caso você necessite, nós temos interpretação disponível. Se você está participando do seu computador, para acessar a interpretação do Zoom, na barra inferior da tela, você encontra os 3 pontinhos com mais, e lá você vai encontrar um ícone do globo escrito Interpretação, onde você pode escolher o idioma português. Caso você esteja conectada pelo celular, na barra inferior do Zoom, é só deslizar para a direita que você vai encontrar a função dos 3 pontinhos do mais, onde está o ícone de interpretação. Não esqueça de clicar em concluído depois de escolher o seu idioma. Caso você tenha alguma dificuldade, não hesite em entrar em contato pelo chat, que eu, Camila, ou a minha colega Patrícia poderemos te ajudar. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the wonderful interpreters and the wonderful work you've been doing all week to help ensure language access. Thank you. So welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. My name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm living on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. As we open this gathering, many of you have already been introducing yourselves in the chat. Please be welcome to do so. We love hearing where you're from and who you are. So be in community with us here in the chat. For those of you participating through various live streams, we welcome you from far and wide. And if you would like to hear all the sessions in your preferred language and also participate in the live chat, please be welcome to join us on Zoom. The registration link is on our website and across our social media channels. And we're very excited to learn that there have been well over 100,000 people tuning in and viewing the assembly across the live streams and Zoom. And with that, I also, as we have been doing every day, taking a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time and to let you all know that we're welcoming you to a space for us to be together from all over the world, and to know that WECAN is really here for you and that you're not alone. It's a time when we really need to be in community together, and we send you our love and well-being. So this global assembly has primarily taken place during the second week of the climate talks in Bonn, Germany, which have now concluded, and where the continued struggle by our movements has been underway, challenging governments to fight for climate justice, the 1.5-degree guardrail, keeping fossil fuels in the ground, centering gender in the UNFCCC negotiations, climate finance, the just transition, and so much more. Our assembly has been timed to create a bridge with the vital advocacy work at the UNFCCC, and we have been very fortunate to have colleagues on the ground in Bonn who've been presenting on our panels and sharing their powerful insights and analysis. So we're really glad how we were able to bring these two worlds together, and also colleagues who were at London Climate Week. Since there have been 5 prior days of the assembly, I would really encourage those of you perhaps joining us for the first time today to take the opportunity to watch some of the earlier sessions, which are now on our YouTube channel, because each day is really building upon the next, and especially for people who want to learn why we are focusing on the leadership of women in all of their diversity and a feminist and climate justice analysis. Much of the framing for the assembly was discussed on those earlier panels. And before our first panel of the day, which I'm very excited about, I want to remind everyone that as part of the assembly, we are releasing a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally, and we want them to hear from us. This collectively written call to action will be delivered at the UN General Assembly in September and at COP30 in November. So you can see the call to action with our demands in the chat, and there's still time to sign the document and take action with us. So we welcome organizational sign-ons, and thank you for all who have already done so. And our last announcement for today, for the morning, is WECAN is also soft launching a WhatsApp network platform so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, your research, projects, campaigns, and also find collaboration partners. And there's already some good discussions going on there, and we can put the link into the chat. So with that, I would really love to start our first panel of the day. I want to welcome the outstanding leaders who are joining us for this first session, Indigenous Women from Brazil on the Path to COP30. I want to thank all of these leaders for your important work and your dedication and courage. It's an honor to welcome the extraordinary Indigenous leaders because they are truly visionary protectors of land, life, and culture. They're guiding us with their courage and clarity as we look ahead to COP30 in Belém, in the heart of the Amazon. As we prepare to gather in Brazil in November, we are recognizing the urgency of this moment. The Amazon rainforest and the interconnected biomes that sustain regional and global climate stability are in crisis. And at the forefront of this crisis are Indigenous communities, and especially Indigenous women who face intensifying threats from land grabbing, deforestation, extractive industries, and violence. This is a critical time to stand in solidarity with the women who are not only defending their territories and communities, but also leading efforts to protect our planet's future. These leaders are resisting centuries of colonization and confronting a present shaped by neoliberal policies, fossil fuel expansion, illegal mining, and industrial agricultural business, forces that continue to drive environmental destruction and social injustice. And we really need to name what is often left unsaid. Women land defenders are disproportionately impacted by these threats due to deeply entrenched patriarchal systems. Yet in the face of these challenges, they rise as guardians of the forest, as defenders of rights, and as powerful agents of change. We are here today to listen, to learn, and most importantly, to act. As the international community turns its eyes towards COP30, we need to amplify the demands of Indigenous women and ensure their leadership is not only recognized, but centered in the decisions that shape our collective future. We stand with them to reject the commodification of nature through false solutions like carbon offsets and biodiversity credits. The Amazon is not a marketplace. It's a living, sacred system, the ancestral home of countless Indigenous nations whose rights must be upheld. The women on this panel are leading vital efforts for climate justice, Indigenous sovereignty, gender equity, and the rights of nature. Their wisdom, strength, and vision are essential as we move towards COP30 and toward a more just and healthy world. So with deep respect and solidarity, I'm very honored to introduce our panelists. Let's listen to their calls to action and follow their leadership as we prepare to meet on their homelands in Brazil. First, we're going to be hearing from Secretary Porea Tembe of the Tembe people. She is the first Secretary of State for Indigenous Peoples of Pará in the Brazilian Amazon in Brazil. And I have also been very honored to be able to meet with Porea over the last few years, and we are currently engaged in a reforestation and forest project in her territory. And also to mention, Pará is where the COP is taking place. So we're really honored to have her leadership with us today. We will then be hearing from Federal Deputy Celia Jacareíba of the Jacareíba people, who is the federal deputy in the Brazilian Congress in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil. And I really want to also highlight that these women, these Indigenous women, along with their colleagues from Amiga, have worked for years to now have Indigenous women in government. And I think it's an incredible example for the world. So we're really honored to have them here with us to speak with us today. Then we'll be hearing from Joselia Kengang from the Kengang people. She is the executive director of the National Association of Indigenous Women's Warriors of Ancestry, or AMIGA, from Brazil. And we are very honored to be having a formal partnership at WECAN with AMIGA. And it is through AMIGA that this incredible leadership has been born in Brazil. Then we'll be hearing from Watataka Kalu, who is, Watataka Kalu Yawal Apiti, who is Jingu and leader of the Yawal Apiti, member of the Women's Movement of the Jingu Indigenous Territory, and coordinator of political articulation of the National Articulation of Indigenous Women Warriors of Ancestry. Again, that is AMIGA, also from Brazil. So it's just an extraordinary group of leaders that we're going to be hearing from. And with that, I'm very, very thankful to have Porea here with us today, and I hand the floor to you, Secretary Porea. And I just want to remind people to also use your interpretation button. Thank you so much. You have the floor. Welcome.
Boa tarde a todas, aqui as mulheres de diferentes territórios, de diferentes povos aqui. Bom, obrigada, Ospe, por toda a apresentação, a nós, mulheres do Brasil. Quero dar uma aqui no meu país, agora são as 14h25, e se juntar a essa rede de mulheres de diferentes contextos, para a gente é sempre um prazer. É um prazer enorme de estar aqui compartilhando o que que nós, enquanto mulheres no Brasil, mas o que que nós estamos pensando e se preparando para esse momento desafiador, né? Porque as pessoas estão todo mundo preocupado com essa COP na Amazônia Eu costumo dizer que a COP ela já deveria ter acontecido na Amazônia há muito mais tempo. Mas agora chegou a vez, a vez da Amazônia, chegou a vez do Brasil, chegou a vez dos povos indígenas, e a gente está aqui exatamente para construir esse caminhar que falta agora, eu acredito que 135, 130 dias para a COP. Então, desde já, aproveito para dar as boas-vindas a todos aqui no Pará, a todas aqui no Pará, mesmo que pelas telas, e aguardar que vocês possam estar aqui nos próximos meses. Bom, eu gostaria de tentar, né, um pouco falar como é que nós aqui no Pará estamos se organizando. Aqui a gente fez uma iniciativa da caravana. Eu não sei se vocês vão conseguir mostrar. Deixa eu ver aqui a Sofia. Isso.
The slide is showing.
Posso seguir? Tá. Então, essa é a caravana, né? A caravana dos povos indígenas rumo à COP30, que é nada mais, nada menos, é preparar os povos indígenas, sobretudo as mulheres, para que as mesmas possam ter possibilidade de estar nesse evento tão falado, tão discutido há tantos anos. E os povos indígenas sempre ficaram muito distantes desse debate. E a gente quer protagonizar isso da melhor forma possível. Então, a gente está preparando os povos indígenas para trazer essa participação ativa, mobilizada, articulada e informada. A caravana, ela é isso, a gente está sensibilizando os territórios e, e trazendo informações sobre esse tema e o que é a Conferência do Clima, para que muitos daqui não conhecem, não sabem. Sobre o clima, nós sabemos, historicamente sabemos falar do clima. Agora, o que nós não sabemos é essa configuração que ela se dá em torno das Nações Unidas. Então, pode passar, querida. Então, o objetivo da caravana é sensibilizar, informar, qualificar a participação dos povos indígenas para que os mesmos possam ter a sua participação garantida nesse evento. Então, tivemos aqui nas 8 etno-regiões. Pode ir passando o slide, por favor. Aqui é o que é o projeto, é visando a promoção de ações, sensibilização, articulação, informação, a formação de lideranças entre jovens e adultos das 8 etno-regiões do Pará, com o objetivo de preparar e qualificar a participação dos povos nos espaços de incidência da COP30, que ocorrerá, como vocês bem sabem, em novembro de 2025. Pode passar, gentileza. Tá. E o projeto ele é realizado, como eu falei, nas 8 etno-regiões, levando a informação, a escuta ativa, a mobilização desses territórios e a construção de como queremos chegar na COP30. Pode passar. Como é realizado o projeto? A realização de oficinas de comunicação, produção de audiovisual para as formações de jovens comunicadores indígenas, que serão qualificados para a cobertura na participação dos delegados na Zona Azul e Verde da COP30. Pode passar. O que queremos da COP? Garantir a participação de 16 delegados, sendo 2 de cada etno-regiões, para atuar em espaços de tomada de decisão dentro da Zona Azul da COP, e 38 delegadas e delegados na Zona Verde da COP30. Garantir a formação, a participação desses jovens, sendo 2 de cada etno-regiões, para acompanhar os delegados e lideranças e criar conteúdo a partir da perspectiva e peculiaridade de cada região. Então, quando a gente está falando desses jovens e quando a gente está falando das 8 etno-regiões, aqui no Pará nós trabalhamos e estamos localizados em 8 diferentes regiões aqui desse estado, onde cada uma etno-região dessa, ela está com diferentes povos. Pode passar. Pode ir. Aqui é uma aldeia onde a gente realizou uma caravana. Pode passar. Aqui são as mulheres indígenas Kayapó, os homens, lideranças, caciques. Pode passar. Pode passar. Esse projeto é uma iniciativa do Governo do Estado, através da Secretaria de Estado dos Povos Indígenas, com apoio da deputada Célia Chacriabá, com a iniciativa de uma emenda parlamentar que direcionou para essa sensibilização, para essa mobilização, para essa articulação da gente mobilizar e preparar os nossos povos, jovens, mulheres, lideranças, para que possamos chegar e trazer a voz do território, a voz dos povos indígenas, as problemáticas, mas também mostrar que a gente também sabe e conhece a solução. Dizer que a COP, seja ela a COP30 ou todas as outras COPs que ainda estão por vir, não basta só fazer a COP, senão garantir a participação de quem, de fato, faz, defende, garante a questão ambiental no planeta. E é importante a gente olhar isso e a gente começar a fazer com que as entidades, seja ela governamental, seja ela repartições públicas ou não ou privadas, entendam a participação dos povos indígenas. A gente não quer mais só apenas estar a par, a gente quer fazer parte do processo da construção. A gente quer mostrar a solução, que a gente sabe e conhece há milhares de anos. E a gente está aqui exatamente para construir esse caminhar, não somente da COP. Todo mundo está falando muito da COP30, COP30. Eu vou muito mais além da COP. A gente precisa virar como rotina falar da pauta ambiental, falar da educação, falar da saúde, falar dos direitos territoriais, porque uma coisa está interligada à outra. Não basta jogar a responsabilidade apenas ao governo, aonde a responsabilidade ambiental ela está para todos no planeta. Então, chega e basta de que a gente possa, apenas só nós, sermos responsáveis por cuidar da questão ambiental. Essa responsabilidade está na hora de ser compartilhada com todos. Então, a gente quer nessa COP também mostrar e dizer, queremos que financiamentos climáticos vá direto aos povos indígenas, vá direto às organizações, mas que também seja um trabalho feito coletivo, aonde governos, aonde organizações privadas, aonde apoiadores e a sociedade em geral consiga cada vez mais seguir reflorestando as mentes para pensar a garantia da vida. E quando a gente fala a garantia da vida, a gente está falando a garantia da vida no planeta. Eu não sei se ainda já encerrou o meu tempo. Ok, grata. Muito obrigada pelo espaço e a gente segue aqui ouvindo as demais companheiras. Eu poderia me estender aqui, mas quero agradecer a as minhas companheiras que aqui estão, o Atatá Calu, que eu estou vendo na tela, a diretora Josi, deixa eu ver se tem mais outras mulheres aqui, enfim, as nossas companheiras da Amiga, que aqui se fazem presente nesse todo o caminhar que nós temos construído. No mais, muito obrigada. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Secretary Puer, and we really are grateful for your leadership and excited to support all your efforts for COP30 and beyond. As you said, one of the reasons we titled this assembly COP30 and Beyond is because COP30 is a moment and it's a critical moment, but we of course need to think much broader than that. And hopefully we'll see how the timing goes. We can come back and get some more comments from you after everyone else has a chance to speak. And now we're going to be hearing from Federal Deputy Celia Jacariba. She was not able to join us physically today. She got called into meetings. So we have a recording of her, and we're going to show that now, and then we'll go to the other speakers. Thank you.
Estar aqui nessa ação global, junto com mulheres do mundo inteiro, é estar conectado com a Terra. Porque o planeta é Terra, mas o planeta também é feminino. O planeta é Terra, mas assim como as mulheres, a cura também é feminina. Falar de mulheres indígenas é falar de uma humanidade profunda. Falar de mulheres indígenas é falar daquelas que chegaram antes e que, mesmo com toda a violência e violação de direito e o estrupo à terra, mulheres indígenas permanecem. As mulheres indígenas sempre foram as últimas a chegar em espaço institucional, mas é importante que a humanidade compreenda que as mulheres indígenas, assim como no Brasil, nós somos as primeiras brasileiras. A mãe do Brasil é indígena, ainda que muitos pais sintam mais orgulho do pai da colonização europeia. É importante reconhecer que, nesse momento, rumo à COP30, assim como no parlamento brasileiro, quando a mulher indígena se levanta e fala, a terra fala junto. Quando a mulher indígena se levanta e fala, as águas, as matas, as florestas, o cerrado, a Amazônia, a Mata Atlântica, a Caatinga e o Pantanal fala junto. Nós temos organizado também em torno do parlamento brasileiro e junto com a Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas, guerreira da ancestralidade. Porque sabemos que esse é um momento muito caro para pensar todo o processo de ação. Esse é um ano importante de ação. Já não temos muito mais tempo. E por isso, nós temos um importante projeto que é a PEC da natureza como sujeito de direito, inspirada na Constituição Federal do Equador e da Bolívia. Mas nós trazemos uma novidade. No artigo 16, que é para reconhecer a Amazônia, o Cerrado, a Caatinga, o Pampa e o Pantanal como sujeito de direito. O Brasil é o único país no mundo que tem nome de árvore. A Caatinga é o único bioma que só existe no Brasil. Existem 6 biomas brasileiros. E nós, mulheres indígenas, é como essa raiz profunda, a ramificação, e cada vez que tenta desmatar nossas florestas, nós também somos tombadas junto. Nós realizamos uma audiência que trata dos deslocados por agrotóxicos. E as mulheres indígenas são as mais afetadas porque já nasce com o filho com má formação ou ainda sofre aborto espontâneo, que não é espontâneo, pelo crime do agrotóxico. Nós também estamos acompanhando o primeiro caso julgado como etnofeminicídio no Brasil, que aconteceu no sul do Brasil. Não queríamos que tivesse uma lei, mas é muito importante dizer, e que é um resultado muito positivo, que a nossa bancada do COCAR conseguiu aprovar a lei do combate à violência às mulheres indígenas. Uma lei que foi protocolada em língua indígena, porque quando violenta uma mulher indígena, violenta a terra, violenta o planeta, violenta a humanidade. Nós também iremos realizar a primeira conferência das mulheres indígenas. Isso é histórico para um Brasil que tem 525 anos. Nós pensamos que nesse momento rumo à COP, as pessoas se perguntam qual é a alternativa para barrar a crise climática. Não precisa mais fazer essa pergunta. Financiadores não precisam sentar e gastar dinheiro para reconhecer a importância do financiamento direto aos territórios indígenas. A ONU já reconhece que a demarcação de territórios indígenas é uma das últimas soluções para barrar a crise climática. Os povos indígenas de toda a humanidade é 5%, mas protege mais de 80%. As mulheres indígenas é um pouco mais da metade da população brasileira. Se nós somos boas para cuidar do território, se somos boas para estar na linha de frente na defesa territorial, nós estamos mais que preparadas para ser reconhecida como uma solução planetária. E por isso nós enviamos uma importante recomendação para que na COP tenha, sobretudo, uma proposta que pense a demarcação dos territórios indígenas, a agroecologia indígena, a economia e a bioeconomia que passa pela mão das mulheres como uma das alternativas urgente e emergente para barrar a crise climática. É preciso reconhecer que estaremos na COP30 no Brasil, mas nós, povos indígenas, estamos todos os dias em COP, porque é nosso modo de vida, com a nossa defesa, com o nosso corpo na linha de frente que fazemos a mudança real acontecer todos os dias. Mas isso tem sido uma luta muito perigosa. A luta mais perigosa da humanidade é a defesa territorial. E nós não vamos embora dessa luta. Embora dessa luta seria embora de nós mesmos. E nós não vamos embora. Porque enquanto a terra estiver sendo violentada, nós, mulheres indígenas, nos levantamos porque sabemos que matar um rio é matar não somente essa geração. Matar um rio é matar também o útero de uma mulher. É matar o futuro. Isso é futuricídio. Aquelas pessoas que matam as mulheres por feminicídio, eu falo que é amoricídio. As mulheres estão perdendo a vida porque a humanidade está perdendo a capacidade de amar. Existe também mulhericídio, quando nos deixa viva, mas nos mata por dentro. Eu tenho uma boa notícia para dizer. Assim como eu fui a primeira mulher indígena a ser presidenta da Comissão da Amazônia, Povos Originários e Tradicionais, 525 anos depois, eu sou a primeira mulher indígena a presidir a Comissão da Mulher no Congresso Nacional. Uma das pautas cruciais que estamos lançando nessa campanha, Sem Mulher Não Tem Clima, porque já existe uma pesquisa que diz que as mulheres já estão repensando se quer ter filho, fazer planejamento familiar, porque tem receio do seu filho sofrer no futuro com doença respiratória e má formação. E por isso, nós queremos discutir como que a crise climática aprofunda a desigualdade, aumenta a insegurança alimentar e, sobretudo, afeta diretamente a vida das mulheres, porque existe um racismo ambiental e um racismo de gênero. A política tem sido um dos lugares mais agressivos, mas quando as pessoas perguntam se temos medo, medo também é decisão. E entre o medo e a coragem, nós nos levantamos todos os dias e decidimos ter coragem. Porque quem luta pelo território, luta também pela ciência. Quem luta pelo território, pelas florestas de pé, também luta pelo clima. E nós não temos tempo de ter medo, porque nós reconhecemos que é a luta mais importante da humanidade. Queremos falar de economia, mas queremos falar de uma economia inteligente, uma economia que não nos mate. É urgente pensar a transição energética, transição humana, transição política, e no espaço para aprimorar as soluções climáticas e a democracia, não vai existir soluções eficazes se não reconhecer o papel das mulheres do mundo inteiro. O planeta pede socorro. Continuamos lutando pelo território, porque quem tem território tem lugar para onde voltar. Quem tem lugar para onde voltar, tem mãe, tem colo e tem cura. Sem demarcação não tem clima, sem mulher não tem clima, sem floresta não tem clima, e a cura da terra passa por nós. Para enfrentar a destruição, só muitas mulherações. Nós somos mulheres que resistem com a força do pajé, porque nós sabemos que a floresta só estará firme se as mulheres também estiverem de pé. Simicran Rikiwa.
Wow, thank you so much, Congresswoman Jacareba. Amazing words and messages for all of us. I did speak with Congresswoman Jacareba just about a week or so ago, and we're very honored to be supporting her efforts heading into the COP and beyond around, the fight for land demarcation, and also she had mentioned the Rights of Nature work. Some of you who were with us yesterday know that we had a whole session on rights of nature, and we will also be holding a session about rights of nature with the Congresswoman at COP30 to continue that agenda. So very powerful words of women leadership, and we were so honored to hear from her. And I would now like to hand the floor to Joselia. You have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Bem, boa tarde a todas as mulheres e não mulheres que acompanham aqui esta live e todos esses dias. Muito obrigada pelo convite, Osprey, ao WECAN. Agradecemos a parceria que temos construído nos últimos anos e essa parceria que também é para pensar para além da COP30, né, o que nós e como nós, mulheres indígenas, temos nos organizado para que a gente consiga, né, ter um futuro possível. A fala da deputada Célia, assim como da nossa secretária Puir Tembé, elas refletem muito do que nós, mulheres indígenas e a Amiga, tem feito e tem pautado aqui no nosso país. eu vou fazer uma fala que está mais voltada para o que nós, mulheres indígenas, estamos pensando nesse momento e que a deputada Célia trouxe muito bem. Nós estamos às vésperas da nossa quarta marcha das mulheres indígenas no Brasil. A nossa marcha é uma marcha bianual, né? Então, a cada 2 anos, nós, mulheres indígenas, nos reunimos em Brasília, que é a capital federal do nosso país, aqui do Brasil, e nós pintamos aquela capital de genipapo e urucum, trazemos os nossos corpos, os nossos territórios refletidos nos nossos corpos, as nossas lutas contra o capital, as nossas lutas pela Amazônia e pelas florestas em pé, a nossa luta pelos biomas brasileiros. Nós sabemos que no nosso país nós temos vários biomas, né? A Caatinga, a Mata Atlântica, o Cerrado, o Pampa, o Pantanal, a Amazônia, e agora nós estamos com o sétimo bioma, que tem sido aí um levante também dessas vozes que fazem parte desse bioma, que é o bioma do Maretório, é um bioma que está na costa litorânea brasileira, e nós temos ouvido também a sociobiodiversidade e as pessoas, as mulheres indígenas que compõem esse bioma da costa brasileira. Então, trazendo para esse espaço a todas as colegas que acompanham aqui a nossa live, o nosso debate das mulheres indígenas durante a marcha, que vai também trazer a conferência, a primeira Conferência Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas, que é uma parceria com o Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, com o Ministério das Mulheres e a nossa Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas. Nós teremos dentro desses espaços da nossa quarta marcha um espaço, uma tenda internacional que vai receber as mulheres indígenas que virão das outras regiões do nosso planeta, né? As 5 regiões estarão no Brasil, então, para participar desse espaço ancestral de resistência global. Esse nome nós escolhemos para Tenda Internacional porque, sim, nós somos resistência, nós, mulheres indígenas, somos o reflexo da nossa ancestralidade, da proteção dos nossos biomas, e nós somos hoje vozes globais. Vozes pela natureza, vozes pela cura da terra, vozes que refletem o bem viver e o seguir da vida. Nós recebemos já um relógio do tempo que conta os minutos, as horas, os dias que nós ainda temos se nós não frearmos nesse momento o consumo exagerado, o aquecimento global que nós mesmos indicamos no nosso planeta, realizamos no nosso planeta em função desse consumo desenfreado. Então, nós, mulheres indígenas, queremos que esse espaço da quarta marcha seja esse espaço das vozes das mulheres do mundo, para que a gente possa produzir conjuntamente uma carta das indígenas do mundo todo, e a gente entregue esta carta também durante a COP30 para a presidência da COP, para os países que fazem parte hoje da Conferência do Clima. É importante as vozes das mulheres indígenas porque nós refletimos não apenas sobre os nossos povos, nós refletimos sobre aqueles e aquelas que também protegem o meio ambiente. A nossa secretária Puir Tembé falava muito bem que é muito difícil ser protetora ambiental, defensora ambiental no nosso país. O nosso país é o país que mais mata defensoras e defensores ambientais. Então, nós, mulheres indígenas, que estamos nessa linha de frente, na proteção dos nossos territórios, que são ainda os territórios onde a gente encontra floresta em pé, água limpa e uma perspectiva de vida futura, nós somos as mais ameaçadas. Nós, mulheres indígenas, no país, infelizmente, estamos desproporcionalmente ameaçadas e temos uma desigualdade muito grande com as emergências e com as mudanças climáticas, porque elas afetam diretamente o nosso modo de vida e os nossos conhecimentos ancestrais que nós carregamos enquanto uma ciência que dá uma possibilidade de futuro possível. A crise climática no mundo todo, mas aqui no Brasil, ela tem impactado as mulheres indígenas de forma contundente. Nós temos um grave problema com a insegurança alimentar a partir do que é gerado pela crise climática, com a inundação dos nossos territórios, como aconteceu no ano passado. Exatamente no mês de maio de 2024, as fortes inundações no bioma Pampa, no bioma que tem povos indígenas Caingangue, Guarani, Laclanochoclen e que infelizmente foi altamente impactado. Assim como em 2023 e 2024, o Brasil queimou, o Cerrado brasileiro pegou fogo, a Amazônia brasileira estava em chamas e isso impactou as comunidades indígenas, as aldeias indígenas, os nossos territórios, mas de forma contundente a nossa vida. E tem realizado, infelizmente, um deslocamento forçado das mulheres indígenas, das meninas indígenas, para que a gente possa ocupar outros lugares do nosso território, porque parte do nosso território está impactado. Nós, mulheres indígenas, desempenhamos um papel que é crucial na resistência, mas também na busca por soluções a partir dos nossos conhecimentos tradicionais, a partir do nosso modo de gestão ambiental e territorial, construindo alternativas que são sustentáveis para a crise global. Então, durante esse momento da nossa tenda internacional, durante a nossa marcha das mulheres indígenas, nós estaremos construindo então todo esse debate e pensando, Osprey e todas as que estão aqui, coletivamente, pensando coletivamente como o nosso corpo território de mulher indígena vai estar na COP30, fazendo incidência com o governo brasileiro, com os outros governos e, principalmente, voltando a dizer com toda a força das nossas vozes que nós precisamos financiamento direto para os projetos das mulheres indígenas e das organizações indígenas nos territórios. O financiamento direto às populações que protegem o clima, que protegem o planeta, precisam acontecer. Não podemos mais ter apenas o discurso e o compromisso. Nós precisamos que realmente as mulheres indígenas possam ser beneficiadas e possam garantir que o trabalho que nós realizamos nos nossos territórios, nos nossos biomas, eles realmente sejam um trabalho que tenha um valor e que esse valor possa ser garantido a partir do financiamento direto às nossas comunidades. Eu agradeço imensamente esse momento em que nós temos aqui, agradeço as que me antecederam, então a nossa secretária Puirtembé, a nossa querida deputada Célia Chacriabá, e aguardo então ouvir a nossa querida também coordenadora de políticas, o Atatakalu. Muito obrigada, Osprey.
Thank you so much, Josie, for your incredibly important remarks and also just emphasizing again this call from the Indigenous women for direct financing of their work and communities. I think that's so important. And to be sure, we will be standing with you as we head into COP30 with our calls to action from governments. And I'm just reminding people that we also had a session yesterday on the Escazú Agreement about protecting women land defenders, and we will also bring that agenda to COP30 as well, and really hear you and understand the incredible courage it has taken for all of you to fight for your territories with so many threats of violence and harms to particularly women. So thank you for bringing that up as well, and so many other important topics. With that, I am very excited to bring Watatakalu into the conversation. It's good to see you again. We saw you recently. Please, you have the floor.
Vocês me ouvem?
Yes, we hear you. Yes, go ahead. You're good. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todas, a todos. É uma honra estar aqui junto com as minhas companheiras de luta. e por esse convite, né? Já que estamos falando de espaços, nós aqui da Amiga, junto com as mulheres indígenas do Brasil todo e também em articulação já com as mulheres indígenas de outros países, como nós vamos chegar nos espaços da COP? Né? Essa é a discussão que nós já estamos fazendo. Né? A gente não espera chegar um mês antes da COP para poder fazer. Nós já estamos fazendo isso. Né? O que nós queremos levar para o espaço azul, verde e também outros espaços paralelos que vão acontecer durante a COP, lá em Belém? Nós vamos levar a experiência das mulheres indígenas. Nós precisamos estar nesses espaços não só como ouvintes, né? Então, nós estamos trabalhando para que as mulheres indígenas que atuam nessa área de meio ambiente, de conservação, como é que nós estamos fazendo isso? Né? É escolher, preparar e fazer com que as mulheres indígenas entendam o que é essa COP. Né? A gente sabe que existe um evento que o não indígena criou, mas tem muitas parentas nossas e parentes que não sabem que ela existe. Mas nós estamos fazendo esse trabalho de preparar para que a gente possa levar a mensagem das mulheres indígenas, dos territórios indígenas. Mas nós não queremos levar só a mensagem do Brasil. Nós estamos alinhadas, estamos alinhando com outras mulheres de outros países, porque se nós temos exemplos para mostrar nesses espaços para outros países, para os governos, para quem impacta os territórios, quem destrói os territórios, nós precisamos levar uma mensagem. Mensagem dos povos indígenas do planeta. Mensagem das mulheres indígenas do planeta. Né? De que forma isso? Exposições, falas, experiências de como estão sendo feitos as governanças dos territórios, que eu acho que isso é bem importante, que a gente nunca levou para esses espaços. Então, tanto na zona azul, na verde e também nos eventos paralelos, que outros nós estamos criando também, né? Já que nós não podemos levar todas as nossas experiências na zona azul e na zona verde, nós vamos trazer nossos convidados parceiros, governos, para escutar e conhecer as experiências que estão acontecendo aqui no Brasil. Outra coisa também que a gente estava falando, né? Encontros globais. Como isso é importante? Esse evento, por exemplo, esses eventos que a gente tem com vocês e com outros parceiros nossos é tão grandioso. Por quê? Porque isso possibilita da gente dialogar com outras mulheres indígenas de outros lugares, né? Porque a experiência de outro território com a nossa, isso gera uma riqueza muito grande de podermos levar a nossa luta coletiva, porque a luta dos povos indígenas, das mulheres indígenas, sempre vai ser coletiva, nunca vai ser sozinha. Então, esses espaços é tão importante que já está acontecendo, né? Semana passada a gente teve no Peru, né? A amiga teve no Peru para o aniversário do FIME. Agora a gente está tendo esse evento aqui, que foi muito importante para a gente fazer esse alinhamento e também fazer o convite para as nossas parceiras, né? Para organizações de outros a nível internacional, de outros espaços a nível internacional. E outro preparo também que a gente está fazendo, né, de como que nós vamos estar nesses espaços, né? A gente vai ter a nossa marcha, como a Josi e as outras companheiras, né, a deputada e a secretária Pui trouxeram, a gente vai ter a nossa marcha, a gente vai ter essa nossa tenda, e é nesses espaços que a gente vai construir coletivamente o que nós vamos levar, como nós vamos chegar nesses espaços. E os movimentos sociais, né? como é que a gente trabalha isso também, né? Porque existe movimento indígena, existe movimento quilombola, movimento de outros segmentos que a gente também está dialogando. A gente precisa estar dialogando com eles, porque se nós estamos lutando, a gente precisa também compartilhar, né, a nossa luta e eles também com a gente. E por isso que a gente está, como mulheres indígenas, como lideranças indígenas, estamos nesses espaços aí para que a gente possa somar a nossa força, para que a gente possa somar essa luta para que, por causa de uma coisa só, a nossa casa, que é o nosso planeta está morrendo e a gente precisa agir para ontem. Então, a transição, né, financiamento direto, isso tem que acontecer, já deveria ter acontecido há muito tempo. Só que é só falas, falas, falas. Isso precisa entrar em prática. Precisa ser ouvido, povos indígenas, que nós existimos, que nós aprendemos essas ferramentas que o não indígena criou para que possa fazer essas ferramentas chegarem nos territórios indígenas. Bom, acho que era isso que eu queria, acho que o meu tempo acabou, né? Muito obrigada e agradeço as mulheres que falaram antes de mim e muito obrigada.
Thank you so much for your important comments. Really wonderful to hear from you and all the work that you're doing. We so respect all of the leadership at Amiga, just such an incredible powerhouse of Indigenous women across Brazil, and this important conversation and how you are helping us all prepare for COP30 and beyond. We only have a few minutes left, like 2 or 3 minutes. And I would like to hand the floor actually back to Secretary Poirier to have the final word of anything that you want to share with us that are calls to action or anything else you wanted to share with us as we get ready to come to COP30 in your territory. And we hope things are going well for you there. So let's give you the final word and then we'll close the session. We have about 2 or 3 minutes. Please, Secretary Poirier, you have the floor. Thank you.
Obrigada mais uma vez pelo espaço, obrigada pela WECAN estar trazendo a amiga nesse lugar tão importante para essa Assembleia Global. E a gente ter a possibilidade de ser vistos, né? Mas não basta mais só nos enxergarem. É preciso também que mais aliados, além da WECAN, mas tantos outros, possam entender o trabalho que nós, enquanto mulheres da Amiga, estamos fazendo. A gente já não está mais fazendo apenas pelas mulheres do Brasil. A gente já começa a fazer um trabalho e já vem dialogando, construindo um trabalho mundial para as mulheres no mundo, seja elas indígenas ou não. Então, está na hora desse chamado, dessa assembleia que a gente está aqui, dessa conferência global, a gente começar a pensar no reflorestamento global no planeta. Então, eu chamo a vocês, companheiras, e que estejam acompanhando aqui, que vão nos assistir, venham se somar à luta das mulheres indígenas, venham nos ajudar, venham a ser multiplicadores desse processo. Essa preocupação, ela é a preocupação, sim, com o futuro da nossa gente, com o futuro da humanidade. Então, acho que eu queria trazer isso, dizer a todos e a todas que aqui estão, sejam bem-vindos ao estado do Pará. O Pará, ultimamente, tem sido bem falado, tem sido mal falado, por ser a Amazônia, por estar no Brasil, mas eu, de verdade, por ser aqui, eu acho que venham. O Pará tem pessoas, tem gente que constrói, tem gente que faz o desenvolvimento ser um desenvolvimento sustentável para o mundo. Então, acreditem que a Amazônia, ela tem a sua melhor potência, assim como os demais biomas. É importante olhar para a COP pensando na Amazônia, mas a Amazônia por si só ela não se sustenta mais se não houver uma coletividade de esforços para que a gente possa também fortalecer os demais biomas. A Amazônia, por si só, não se fortalece se nós não fortalecermos o Pampa, o Pantanal, Caatinga e assim sucessivamente. Então, está na hora dessa ação global se tornar, de fato, essa ação mundial humanitária. Então, sejam todos bem-vindos ao estado do Pará, sejam todos bem-vindos à COP. Mas não se esqueçam, não é somente sobre a COP. A COP passará e ela irá para outro país. E nós ficaremos aqui. E nós estaremos aqui. E nós seremos multiplicadores de novas gerações que vão estar. Então, é importante pensar para além da COP. Pensar algo que chegue, e chegue para ficar. E quando fica coisas como um projeto que a gente está desenvolvendo no meu território, graças a Deus, que é do reflorestamento com apoio da WECAN. É muito importante. Cada semente que nós plantarmos coletivamente, seja ela a plantação no território, seja ela reflorestando as mentes, é de fato uma ajuda coletiva, é de fato um resultado para o mundo. Então, está na hora de todo mundo abraçar essa causa e também reflorestar as mentes conosco. Sejamos todos multiplicadores e defensores do planeta. Muito obrigada. Mais uma vez, obrigada ao Atatacalu, a Josi, ao Equem, a hóspede, deputada Célia, e a todas que aqui estão, e a todas as intérpretes, a todo mundo que colaborou, que ajudou nesse momento para que nós pudéssemos estar colocando a nossa voz, a nossa imagem para o mundo. Mais uma vez, nos colocamos à disposição enquanto secretária, mas secretária passará, mas enquanto amiga, nós seguiremos nessa força, nessa luta, todas juntas, para olhar o mundo melhor. Muito obrigada. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Feels like we all need to be applauding. Great closing comment, Secretary Puyer. We really honor your leadership, and yes, we want your voices heard. And I just want you to know, I don't think you were on earlier, that in addition to all the amazing people who are joining us in the Zoom space, this session is being live streamed to well over 100,000 people. And we've been having all kinds of views with our live stream partners. So I want you to know that that multiplication is happening in this moment. So thank you all so very much for your time, your leadership, and we are looking forward to standing with you in Brazil. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate your work and partnership. Yes, and so with that, I want to move us to our next really incredible panel. And welcome the next set of esteemed speakers for our panel, Breakthrough Journalism, Strategies for Covering the Climate Crisis. Thank you all for your important work. In this age of disinformation, distraction, and deliberate denial, journalism plays a critical role in shaping public understanding and public action on the climate crisis and many other issues. But too often, mainstream narratives ignore the root causes of the crisis and erase the voices of those most impacted. Climate journalism, climate justice journalism in specific, demands more than reporting on disasters or emission targets. It tells the truth about power, exposes the violence of extraction, uplifts frontline solutions, and holds the systems of oppression to account. The storytellers we need now are those who can break through apathy and fear and help us imagine what's possible. In a time when authoritarian governments and corporate interests are actively suppressing truth, this kind of journalism is an act of resistance. Today's panelists are movement builders, truth tellers, and bridge makers, and I'm really looking forward to learning from them how media can amplify climate justice struggles, deepen accountability, and support transformative change. Not just headlines, but also our heartlines that actually move people to act. This session will be moderated by my dear friend and colleague, Antonia Yuhas, who is an outstanding investigative journalist, author, and lecturer, and she just does amazing work, and we're so honored to have her here. Thank you, Antonia, for introducing our panelists and guiding us through a vital conversation about the role of journalism and the climate crisis. And I hand the floor to you, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's so wonderful to be with you, and thank you for that fantastic introduction. And it's so amazing to follow the first panel and to be joined by such an incredible group of women, both in the panel and in the audience. So thank you all, particularly those joining us and watching, for being here today. I want to welcome you again to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond, organized by Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, popularly known as WECAN. Thank you, Osprey, for your introduction. I have the pleasure of welcoming you to our panel of truly badass women journalists from around the world discussing breakthrough journalism, strategies for covering the climate crisis. As Osprey kindly introduced me, I am Antonia Juhas, and I'm an independent investigative journalist, primarily writing these days for Rolling Stone magazine. I cover energy, climate, and frontline communities in resistance to the fossil-fueled world order. I'm also the founder of Uncovering Oil, which supports my work. I'm joining you today from Washington, D.C. in Turtle Island, and I am excited to serve as your moderator for today's panel. You'll hear from incredible women conducting breakthrough journalism around the world, providing critical accountability reporting on the climate crisis, those causing and advancing it, and the hard work being done every day by frontline communities, social movements, and others to advance a healthy, just, and sustainable world. Our panelists join us today from Costa Rica, Mexico, Kenya, Egypt, and Turtle Island. For the benefit of providing time for discussion, I encourage you to please read their full bios provided with links on the Assembly website so that I can limit myself to mainly titles for now and their introductions. After each speaker presents and the full panel is done, I'll lead a 20-minute discussion with the full panel. Our panel takes place amid a truly unprecedented moment for women, for feminists, journalists, and the inhabitants of our Earth. The rise of authoritarian and fascistic leaders throughout the world and here in the United States is eroding democracy, emboldening the fossil fuel industry, increasing lawlessness, and daily threatens lives, livelihoods, and our futures. Our ability to do our jobs boldly and with the fierceness, accuracy, and authority that the times demand, while also protecting our sources, ourselves, and our profession, is uniquely under threat, and globally, it is increasingly deadly. The news cycle is truly relentless, a clear strategy of the Trump administration, among others. I'm just back from a reporting trip and working on a new article, speaking to you, and also glued to the US Senate, awaiting a vote on likely the most regressive US tax and budget law in at least the past 4 decades, if not ever. Many journalists and outlets are also acquiescing to Trump and other regimes globally, moving backwards and ceding ground on how we report on the climate crisis, climate and environmental justice, fossil fuels, elected officials, the industry, and equity writ large. Areas that we have fought for a very long time and that have been hard to obtain. And in the midst of it all, a statistic I've been sharing with this forum for many years is holding steady, with only 20% of those quoted as experts in major media outlets being women, meaning that we are not learning from critical voices that we need in order to not only merely hold steady, but advance. That said, there is good news, and the journalists gathered here today are able to bring it. They're doing the work, and in many places, the US included, our democracy is holding strong, as is our profession. We're using tools obtained through reporting in restrictive and dangerous environments. I know I've tapped into my own experiences reporting from Afghanistan and other nations reporting now here, and increased our solidarity to move forward. Today, we'll hear strategies from the experts working across the planet. Let me introduce you to them now in the order that they'll be speaking. Joining us from Costa Rica is Amy Westervelt, the executive editor of Drilled, a multimedia investigative newsroom focused on climate accountability. From Mexico is Catalina Ruiz Navarro, a Colombian Caribbean feminist activist and journalist living in Mexico City. She is the editor-in-chief of the feminist Latin American magazine Volcanica and the co-creator of Amazona TV. From Kenya is Elizabeth Kaharani, a digital strategist and climate communications specialist who serves as the Network Director Africa for the Global Strategic Communications Council, an international collaborative network of communications professionals in the field of climate, energy, and nature. From Egypt is Ramadia, an independent Egyptian writer and journalist and founder of the Climate School Initiative, offering training and workshops to journalists specializing in climate change and the environment across the Middle East and North Africa. And finally, from here in Turtle Island, the incredible Amy Goodman, the host and executive producer of Democracy Now! Thank you all so much for joining us, and now I'll turn it over to Amy Westervelt.
Thanks, Antonia. Thanks everyone for having me. I messed up and I missed the deadline for visuals. Journalist. So I'm gonna just to talk to you about some of the things that I've seen over the past few years in case they're helpful to other people who are trying to do this work. I'm an investigative reporter focused on climate. I've been a reporter for more than 20 years. I started my own organization in 2020 called Drilled, and that grew out of what was supposed to be a limited run podcast that launched in 2018 by the same name, Drilled. So I started out working for a lot of different mainstream media outlets. And I eventually left because I just felt like I couldn't tell the climate stories that I wanted to tell the way I wanted to tell them, working for anyone else, basically. I'm probably not great at having a boss either, let's be honest. But yeah, I really I kept trying to write really well-researched investigative pieces that also held fossil fuel companies to account. And I kept butting up against the, well, we need to get a statement from the American Petroleum Institute in here, or we need to have you talk to a scientist who doesn't believe that climate change is real. Even in pretty recent history, I had an editor at the Washington Post, at NPR, at very established news organizations say those kinds of things to me in the not so distant past. So I felt like I had to leave to do what I wanted to do. And I was thinking this morning about this convening and realized that I had never really talked or maybe even thought that much about the role that gender also played in that. So at maybe 12 years ago, I had my first, God, he's 13 now. 13 years ago, I had my first kid, and I was freelancing at the time for a bunch of different outlets doing climate reporting. And I told all my editors that I was going to take a month off. I was having a baby and I was going to take a month off. And more than one of them got really mad. One climate editor in particular, I remember, yelled at me for wasting his time training me when I was just going to leave and have a baby. So, I ended up, kind of having to restart my career after that. Actually, I felt like, oh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have told anyone that this was happening, because now all of my work has gone away and I need to sort of restart from scratch. So I started, reaching out to new outlets. And at a certain point, was driving around listening to NPR, which is our public radio station in the US, and wishing that I could do radio, and then thinking, well, I probably could. There's probably a member station nearby, and there was. And so I emailed them, and the subject line was, "Would you like an overaged intern?" Because I was not young at that point. And they said, sure, come on in. And I trained for about a month and then got a job there as a community reporter. So I started doing a lot of audio, and it was great because I had never actually been a community reporter. And I think it's a really important training for people to, especially if you're doing audio, because you have to spend so much time with someone to get good audio. And also you're giving them a voice in a really literal way. So I think it's very important to make sure that you're careful with that voice and that story that they're giving you, that take the time to build a relationship, spend time with them, become a little bit part of their lives for some period of time. So great experience doing that. And then then I got pregnant again, and I realized I had to quit this job because it didn't pay me enough to support a family. So I went back to freelancing, was running around doing all kinds of things. Oops. Sorry.
You're fine.
Running around doing all kinds of things. And then I was doing a lot of like very boring work and missing audio and wishing I could like come up with some idea. And I got sent to go cover a court case in San Francisco. And I kind of had this idea sitting there that like this is a story that I could do in a narrative way. It was a climate accountability case. It was San Francisco and Oakland trying to hold the fossil fuel companies accountable for their role in delaying action on climate and the resulting costs of that. And, we had like the scientists and the activists and the judge and the lawyers. And I thought, oh, I'm going to do a true crime podcast about climate change. This is like what I'm going to do. And I thought this was like an amazing idea. And I pitched it to all these podcast companies and they all said, oh, there's just no audience for that. And I was convinced that they were wrong. And I was also really desperate by this point to have an interesting work project. So I just made it anyway. I, made it in my car at night when my kids were sleeping and got a friend to help me with the audio engineering and we launched it. And we got a million listeners in our first season. So I was like, I was right. It was a good idea. But also I tell that story a lot because I think it's a really good example of like if you really think the story is good and you really think that it's important, find a way to get it out there. Like make it. Just make the thing if you can. The other thing quickly, I know I only have 1 minute, is so from that was going to be a tiny little project. Now it's grown into a global newsroom. We have reporters on almost every continent. We're doing cross-border investigations all the time because again, I feel like this idea I had from local reporting is very global too, that we need to get the microphones in the hands of all of these people who need to be telling their own stories. And yeah, it's been cool to be able to like open that door for other people to do too. Okay, I'll wrap it up. 30 seconds. We're out of time. Okay, next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate you staying tight on the schedule. I am now going to turn it over to Catalina. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Antonia, and thank you for everybody that's
Catalina, you have
here in the
frozen.
audience. I'm a philosopher and journalist from Colombia, but I've been living in Mexico. Oh, now?
You're back now. You might want to cut off your video for just
all right.
a minute, and then that way we won't lose you.
Great. I am the founder and director of a feminist journalism magazine called Volcánicas. We do regional coverage, and one of the key things that we are doing is trying to cover this intersection between climate and gender, specifically in Latin America. Where we have like very specific issues that have to do with exploitation. And also one thing that's very important for us in Volcánicas is to have a decolonial perspective in the things that we are investigating. So I just wanted to go through some of the stories that we covered last year and how these stories feature this intersection. This year in January, there was a forest nearby Bogota, which is the capital of Colombia, and it was on fire. This is like one of the situations that climate change has brought in Colombia. And in this moment, we did photojournalist coverage of the fire women that were containing the fires. This was called The Bodies That Contain Los Cuerpos que Contienen el Incendio, The Bodies That Contain the Fire, by Isabela Bernal. Also with this water crisis in Bogota, which is very complicated because Colombia is the fourth country in the world with more reservoirs. And Bogota is actually a place that has páramo, and it's very rich in water, but most of this resource is going to private companies like Coca-Cola, and it's not reaching the people that are citizens that live in Bogota. Let me see if my camera will be working now, and if it freezes, I'll shut it down again. In this moment, one of the things that we started covering was how women and girls in Bogota were specifically affected by this because they started doing cuts in water supply to the city, supposedly to save water for the future. But I mean, it didn't work out that way because people just collected more water the day before they were going to cut, so it didn't really work. But here we were talking about how this getting water is one of the main responsibilities for women and girls and their houses, and doing the dishes and doing the laundry, and also how this affects specifically women and girls that are menstruating, and how this complicates their life. Also, we did a profile, a big interview about Yayo Herrero. She's an ecofeminist, Latin American activist, and this was an interview on how, in front of climate crisis, ecofeminisms have to imagine a different future, and that is also possible. This is an interview that's from April 2024, but I think it's very current today because precisely we're facing this uh I think it's Naomi Klein that calls it ends of times fascism, where we have all these billionaires that really believe that the end of the world is coming, and they're preparing for it with their bunkers, or thinking that they can go live in Mars and things like this. And one of the keys of this like horrible line of thought is that they don't think that the planet can be saved, and they are accelerating its end. So I think that Yayo Herrera, her work is amazing because it's also touching on imagination. And even though this is an interview from 1 year ago, I think that now is more current than ever because we also, what part of the climate crisis that we have, it's also a crisis of imagination. Also, we did a piece that's called Entre vacas, coca y aguacates, la narcodeforestación arrasa con Latinoamérica. And one of the things that we have been following is how peace processes and the occupation by narco groups are affecting wildlife. And we have seen that you have a double sword there because, for example, in Colombia, when we had the armed conflict that ended with the peace process that we had in 2016, of course, there's a lot of violence in Colombia still, but that armed conflict stopped, and we got this negotiation. After that, the occupation of a lot of the guerrilla and narco in the Amazonas was smaller, and that made the deforestation of the Amazon in Colombia's territory to grow. Because at some point this area was just protected because you could not get into it. But as soon as you get the peace process, you see a process of deforestation. And in Mexico, we see something that it's actually pretty much the opposite. And this extension of the narco comes also with a deforestation that has to do with the avocado, the growing of avocado in Mexico. So you can see how the narcos, for example, are cutting down forests and burning them down in Michoacan so that they can take this land to plant avocados, and in places like in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. The same thing happens so that they can make coca leaf plantations. So it is like a phenomenon that's growing around all of the region, and how this all of these armed conflicts or occupations or criminal bands or narco groups have a direct impact on climate in the region. We were we also covered in the what's the name, manglares, the mangrove ecocide in Merida. That has to do with privatization of the mangrove because some rich, very privileged people are appropriating of this land that is public to park their jets and do this very elite tourism that it's of course privatized, and the impact that this has. In addition, like you can see the mangrove full with yachts, and also how all of the golf courses that they are started making in Merida have this huge impact, because sustaining grass is something that's very, very aggressive and that takes a lot of water, especially in a place as sunny as Merida, where grass would never be the ideal plant to grow everywhere.
Thank you, Catalina. We're going to need to move on to
Oh, I'm sorry.
Elizabeth, but no, if you just wanted to add some final thoughts on.
No, I just wanted to say that it is women who are the most important human rights defenders and land and territory defenders in Latin America, and they are the first line that is not only fighting for their rights, but for the rights of everybody in this planet, and the rights of climate in Latin America. So we really have to keep a close eye on them, because it's their work that's sustaining this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catalina. Apologies for having to interrupt. We'll come back with a discussion at the end, and now I'm excited to hand it off to Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Antonia. So pleased to be part of this community and to join us in this really critical conversation of our time with my fellow great panelists. So I'm the Africa Director of the GSCC. As Antonia mentioned before, I am based in Nairobi, Kenya. And as GSCC, as a network, we are a communications network who really are dedicated to working on climate, nature, and energy. And in that mission, we support the community with the value of strategic communications to drive the change we want to see in efforts to address the climate crisis. So we are a bunch of communication specialists, media experts, PR mavens, creatives, strategists, researchers who spend our time really saying, where can communications and strategic communications at that drive the needle in seeing the changes we want to see? And one thing we are really passionate about is working with partners from across various disciplines: scientists, academia, CSOs, scientists, again, governments, decision makers, women, youth, to really need thread and stitch stories that move the needle when it comes to what we need to see happen in dealing with the climate crisis. And our journey in shaping those narratives and building momentum to the changes that we want to see, there are a few things that we have learned that work. One is that solving the climate crisis is like a puzzle. And that puzzle has various elements that need to work together in sync in order to create windows of opportunities that drive the change that we need to see. One of those key elements of the puzzle is the science, right? We need the science, we need the data to underpin most of the arguments, most of the narratives that we are fighting for. And especially so now when, we are back to the time when, climate was questioned, the scientific basis and the reality of the climate crisis was questioned. We are back to where we were back in 15 years ago. And so science become a really key piece that we need to ensure that we work with to ensure that the integrity and the credibility of it speaks to what needs to be done and the cause of the climate crisis. But science data cannot stand on its own. It needs other elements to it. And a critical element to the science is the context, right? So we need to work with the voices. We need to work with local communities, local experts, local, women, youth who are affected and can see how the climate crisis is impacting on them in real time. And in our work, especially in Africa, those are the voices that mostly are not brought to the fore, right? A lot of times experts. Sometimes we did a survey looking at, for example, international media who speaks about climate in Africa. And surprising, it's not the Africans. A lot of times it's experts who work in Africa or on Africa are the ones that get to be heard in various international media. And so we have to change that, realizing that local voices, local leaders, local women are experts in their own right. They have the real the lived realities of how climate is affecting them, and they can bring that local perspective and in a way that is persuasive. And so we've really been working in elevating and positioning these voices to influence the changes we need to see. The other critical element of the puzzle is, of course, the politics, right? And that's why context is so important, because in our surveys as well, one thing we've come to realize is that context varies from one place to another. And so surveys we've done in Africa to really understand how climate is perceived and how salient climate is, we've found that for a lot of people, climate ranks third or fifth on the list of their basic priorities, right? First is jobs, health, education, food, right? And so climate comes because ranks a bit lower when it comes to those needs. And so when you want to shape narratives and stories around climate, you cannot treat climate as a silo issue. You have to find ways of integrating climate with these issues that people care about. How will taking action on climate, for example, bringing in renewable energy, help in generating more jobs? How will taking action to deal with the climate crisis help address issues on food security? How is climate change affecting our health? So we've really worked with the media. We've worked with editors to see how do we mainstream climate in the newsroom coverage, so that editors who are looking to cover climate, they do not just do that during disasters or when we have events like COPs, but they do that from a lens of culture, sports, politics, economics. And that has really helped in bringing salience to the climate issues and helping communities to really be the custodians of the climate story and the climate crisis, how it's affecting them, and how they hold leaders to account to make them do what is needed. And especially now when we are dealing with a different crop of politicians. And so when it comes to also the politics, linking climate to what politicians sometimes care about, because most of them care about how do we grow our economies, how do we develop. And in that mindset, sometimes climate is pitted as an enemy of development, right? But how do we convince this group of audiences that actually, if you take action on climate, it will actually help you accelerate economically development. And in places like Africa, where emissions are, 0 to 4%, they don't see take action on climate to reduce emissions as persuasive, because there are no emissions to reduce. But if you come in with the point that if you take action, you will actually develop economically, it will give you a lead to develop economically, but it will also put you on a pathway where you develop on a low emission carbon pathway, because Africa is growing. Global South is growing economically. We do not want to repeat the mistakes of historic polluters. And so that's how we work with a lot of scientists, media, to make sure we are shaping the stories and the narratives in ways that they land. And I'll stop it there because I see I'm out of time. Over to you, Antonia.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So wonderful to hear from you. Rama, over to you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rahma Dia. I'm a freelancer journalist based in Egypt and a media trainer, and I am the founder of Climate School Initiative. And also, I'm a member of Covering Climate Now jury for 3 years now, after I won the prize in its first round. And from my experience in the field, I would like to share some strategies when we judge the works. For example, what are the considerations that make excellent reports? What we are trying to train journalists from Middle East and North Africa, climate journalists from the region to do to make excellent work. Let me, in the beginning, tell you a little more about Climate School. It's a media initiative and education platform launched in July 2021. We are working to support journalists from the Middle East and North Africa by training journalists, by production grant, by making the largest library of resources in Arabic language about climate journalism, because in our region there is a lack of resources in Arabic language. There is lack in training in Arabic language, and also platforms which interested in publishing climate stories, not only during the COP time, but all over the year. So what we are trying to do in Climate School is to create these opportunities. And our last project, for example, to do this is climate journalism diploma. It's a 6-month diploma. And it's the first in its kind in our region. We started the first round from February, and the last session was in June, and we are now in the next step. We supervise the participant to allow them to produce in-depth stories after they took the diploma. And the sessions, the topic of the sessions, we are working on it during the diploma. Solution journalism, how to create climate solution stories, because opinion polls shows that when we talk all the time about the bad news, about the disaster, the readers stop to follow. So we also need to focus on the solutions approach. The sessions also includes how to humanize climate stories, how like Elizabeth was talking about, we need to talk to the stakeholders. We need to talk the normal people because they are the one who affected by the climate change. So we need to tell their stories and bring their voices to the media. The sessions also include about how to use data and how to analyze data to make the report more depth and more credibility, how to use open source, how to make visualization, because we need more multimedia stories, we need more video stories, we need also different format like podcast, like social media content, because our audience is not all the same. We have different categories from the audience, so we need also to make different formats of content about climate crisis to attract the attention of different audience and different people. We also train journalists how to use the AI to facilitate their work, but maintain that to maintain the credibility, and other sessions. And the next project I want to mention is the Climate School Award for Arab Journalism, because there wasn't before Arab Award for the climate journalism. So we created this award in 7 categories, one of them dedicated for the solution, data, climate justice, and other topic, to encourage more journalists from our region to write about climate and write different aspects. For example, there is also a category for podcast, for investigation, for multimedia. We want to encourage the journalists from our region to start to create different formats and to work on human nice stories. One of the things I want to mention about the climate justice, when we report about climate justice, this an important thing to keep in mind. We shouldn't show women all the time as victims. It's important to show their vulnerability, and it's important to show how they suffer from different aspects, but also we need to show them as leaders of a change. We need to show the statistics and the figures that show when we empower women, when we make women engage in the climate action, that will not only enhance their own lives, but they help their communities to build the resilience. So we need to change this image for women that all the time they are victims, they are not have to do nothing, and other people create solutions for them. Because in the reality, in different places in the world, in Africa, in the North Africa, in the Middle East, in different places, women are on the front line to face climate change, and they have their own solution to do. I think I'm run out of time, so I will end here. Thank you.
I appreciate you all being so dutiful on the time. Thank you, Rama. It was wonderful to hear from you. And now I turn it over to Amy Goodman.
Oh, well, I want to just first say what an honor it is to be with all of you. I want to thank Osprey. I want to thank Antonia for moderating this. To follow Rama is such an honor, and Amy and Elizabeth. Also hearing about Mexico and the kind of organizing that's going on there. This is truly the hope. And to hear about a climate school, every time people take action, democracy is a little more in our grasp. Which brings me to democracy now. We're about to celebrate our 30th anniversary. We started as the only daily grassroots global unembedded independent international investigative news hour at the time in 1996, covering the election in the United States. And who would know we would get to this point? We started on 9 stations, thought we'd be done after the election, but the response after that election was so intense. People hearing people speaking from their own experience. There is nothing more powerful. I mean, I think about just a news headline of last week that is not just a news headline. It is the story of Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other minority rights Ogoni activists in Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, who were executed in 1995 as they took on one of the most powerful oil companies in the world, the Shell Corporation, a sham trial, then killed. I had met Ken a bit before that, about a year before that, when he took the issue of Shell working in the Niger Delta, destroying the mangrove forests, destroying people's livelihoods because of the pollution. He had come to the United States, and when we interviewed him on Democracy Now!, he said, "I am a marked man." Went back to Nigeria, and they were very soon after that captured and put on trial. Well, in this last week, Ken and the others have been pardoned posthumously. The government didn't apologize for what happened to them, but I think the people of Nigeria and people around the world understand well what it means when powerful multinationals, in this case, oil corporations, combine with the government, that kind of corporate government nexus. Well, I was about to say there's nothing more powerful, but there is a force more powerful. It is people all over the planet joining together for a more just and climate just future, which brings me to what we were doing 10 years ago, 9 years ago in 2016. April 1st, 2016, you had the gathering of people, indigenous people in North Dakota, the standoff at Standing Rock. The late LaDonna Brave Bull Allard, the unofficial historian of the Standing Rock Sioux, invited people. She thought maybe a dozen people would come or 24 people. She said, "You can come to my land, set up your teepees, set up your tents, and help us take on the Dakota Access Pipeline." Because as people gathered, they talked about it threatening the water supply. As they said, water is life, of millions of people, not just indigenous Native American people, but everyone downstream in the Missouri River, the longest river in North America. And they said, we cannot do this alone. Not just a couple dozen people, not just a couple hundred people, not just a couple thousand people. Thousands gathered. It was the largest Native American, indigenous, First Nations gathering our country had seen in decades. People came from the First Nations in Canada, from throughout Latin America, from around the world, indigenous and non-indigenous, set up these resistance camps. And Democracy Now! Was covering it from afar, but then Labor Day weekend of 2016, when it was Trump versus Hillary Clinton, there wasn't one question asked in the presidential debates, forget around the standoff at Standing Rock, which was historic, but there wasn't a question asked about the climate issue. I would talk when I was invited on MSNBC or CNN to the anchors and the commercials, the commercials for Chevron and Shell and the military contractors. Why don't you cover the climate more? And they would say, we want to, but the executives say that the eyes would glaze over of our audience. Really? Well, we went there Labor Day weekend of 2016, and we followed a group of people who were trying to protect what they called their sacred land. And they didn't think anyone was going to be bulldozing then, but in fact, there were 6 bulldozers. They were moving forward. They were already excavating, digging up for DAPL, for the Dakota Access Pipeline. And hundreds of people, girls, older women, men, boys, came onto the property and they stood in front of those earth-crushing bulldozers, risking their own lives. And the bulldozers had to pull back. Then the guards used dogs and they went after the protesters. They were biting them, they were macing them. And ultimately, though, people didn't stop. They moved forward. The guards had to take their dogs, the bulldozer crane operators, they all had to move away. And the people triumphed at that moment. But we filmed the dogs with their nose, their snouts, their mouths covered in blood. And this was the answer. And you all have found this as you also train journalists, that we had to go back to New York. We posted that video online. Within 24 hours, there were 14 million views. Any corporate executive of any network would have drooled to get that kind of viewership because people cared. And the president at the time was President Obama. And it wasn't lost on him. By the way, he was in Laos and had this historic trip, and he held a school for young people. And they started to ask him, what about what's happening, that standoff at Standing Rock? They were seeing the video online. He said, I'll have to go back to the White House and check, though he did know what was going on. And we understood when he came back, he saw the video. And it wasn't lost on the first African-American president of the United States what it meant to sick dogs on activists. We knew it from the civil rights era. And that's such an important point to bring to today. You know, a couple days later, there was going to be a judge ruling on this case. That's why the bulldozers were trying to dig up before to make the point moot. They were going to do it in advance. And right before the judge ruled, the authorities in North Dakota issued an arrest warrant for me. For me? I mean, we were just showing the images, and that is absolutely critical. And I know this, you feel this way for everyone. It doesn't just have to be official journalists, citizen journalists showing the images. You know, Mamie Till Mobley understood it when her dear son, Emmett Till, was lynched by a white mob in Money, Mississippi in 1955, when his body was dredged up from the Tallahatchie River and sent back to Chicago. She said, do not hide him in a casket. And she had the casket open at the wake and the funeral for the world to see the ravages of racism, the brutality of bigotry. And millions saw, because a Black publication, Jet Magazine, photographed his distended head, beaten up, a 14-year-old boy. She had something very important to teach the press of today. She had very important to teach the world. Show the images. Show the casualties of whether we're talking about war or whether we're talking about environmental war, environmental catastrophe. We have to show it all. And we have to show, and I think we're all finding this now, for me in the United States, as Antonia is in the United States, Trump is connecting all of the issues. And I think we all find everyone has to link up, because we are experiencing a level of immigration raids we never saw before, right? People being rounded up, ICE raids, masked, hooded people. Why am I raising this in a climate discussion? Why are people leaving their countries, whether in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and trying to make their way north, or trying to make their way to the most powerful country on earth, to the United States? Because we are most responsible for climate change. Some people are politically persecuted. Others are leaving their countries because of, I mean, look, sub-Saharan Africa, the desertification of Africa because of climate change. Who is historically the worst polluter? The United States. And we have to take responsibility for this. And in the media, I see it as our job. Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, or on social media, Insta or Facebook or YouTube. You can find us all of these places now, millions of people viewing every day. By the way, I see the media as a huge kitchen table that stretches across the globe, that we all sit around and debate and discuss the most important issues of the day. And we've got to break the sound barrier. Hear people at the target end, not that little circle of pundits you get on television. I bet you get it in all your countries too. We're not alone. This little circle of pundits who know so little about so much, explaining the world to us and getting it so wrong. No, we have to go to people at the target end, whether we're talking about in Kenya, whether we're talking about in Mexico, in Colombia, whether we're talking about in Egypt, whether we're talking about anywhere in the world, and have people describe their own experience. That's the power of the media. We must show the images, and most people respond to that. The majority is on the side of justice.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much, Amy. That was absolutely wonderful. And being on the side of justice is a beautiful place to end. I would love to let you keep going, but we're running out of time. Thank you for that. We've been given more time from the moderators, by the way, from WECAN. So we're going to be able to go until 12 minutes after the hour. So a bit more time to have questions. And so I'm just going to dive right in and ask you all. We'll go, and I'm going to actually start with Rama on this question. I want to talk about the challenges we're facing right now and how you're overcoming them. I think most people in the audience and journalists right now are feeling, we're trying to work against a very aggressive stream of autocracy, of information, of news. Can you please talk about what you see as the largest challenges, both to your work and globally, and some ways that you overcome them? And then we'll work through asking others to answer as well. Thank you, Rama.
Thank you. I think one of the most challenge we face as journalists is the lack of information, the lack of resources who are open to speak and to share their knowledge. Also the lack of the specialized platform. I'm a journalist. I'm working in the field since 2009, and I have more than 10 awards, and I still face difficulty to find the platform to publish my reports, because I talk about something, about a topic, it's not important for the media outlets in my region. So most of the time I have to publish in foreign media. I have to create opportunities. One of the reasons we create Climate School is to face these challenges, to create opportunities, to create production grant, to create competition, to encourage journalists to report about climate change. Because if they didn't do this, there is no more people we will do. There is no platform will encourage them to write about the climate change. As I mentioned, it's a matter of seasonal reporting during the COP, during the conferences, but the day-by-day coverage, no one is talking about climate change or interested to talk about. But if I told you women and climate, gender, climate justice, this is the topic people don't know. They didn't know what the meaning of this topic. So they don't care. So this is why we try to overcome this challenging by try to create opportunities for me and for my college in the region, by collaborating with organization, with networks who can support our work, who can support us to create more training, to create more production grants, more opportunities for journalists. I hope I answered your question.
That was excellent. And I think that's important for those who are eager to get us to report, to understand how difficult it is just to do the type of reporting that we're being asked to do. and the challenges we face. Catalina, I'll pose the same question to you.
I would say the biggest challenge is the founding of the human rights and independent journalism ecosystem, which in Latin America are very intertwined. In Latin America, this ecosystem is very dependent on USAID, or was very dependent on, and philanthropy that comes from the United States. That more than philanthropy and more than aid, these are actually kind of reparations because of the impact the United States have had on the region. And most independent media depends on this, and we're being defunding, and we're seeing seen during this year at least 10 independent outlets close. Most of them are reducing their newsrooms in 60-80%. I mean, it is huge, and these are people that did a very specific job, that were trained in a very specific skill, and every journalist is also a network of sources that depend on this person, and these stories are not going to be told anymore. And we really cannot expect corporate media to investigate corporations. And this is one of the biggest problems for democracies right now, is that corporations are bigger and more powerful than states, and they are seeking deregulation, they are seeking cuts in social spending, and privatization and shrinking of the states. That's not only happening in a government like Trump's in the United States, but you can see antecedents of that in Bukele, in Milei, in Argentina. And this is a huge trend that's going around the region, and it's going to be very dangerous for us.
Real quick before I let you go, some solutions you see to this problem, Catalina.
Gosh, I don't still have a solution about the funding of social media. I think that what we are all doing is we're trying to survive at least 2 years. Something has to change somewhere. There's something that's beautiful about community organization in Latin America, is that we've always done this even before we had the opportunity of having funds. And it's still going to keep on happening. But we have to ask about the conditions, because we have to remember that human rights defenders and activists, we are also doing care work. We're taking care of other people, we're taking care of the planet, and as all care work, this is underfunded. This is seen as something you do because it's your vocation or just because it is good. And people who do this work really deserve to live at least lives that are dignified, and where they have enough to have a roof over their heads and take care of their families also. So I think we have a huge crisis, but I really hope that next year we're going to start to see other possibilities. And definitely, we really have to organize against the rise of authoritarian governments. Sexist misinformation is one of the key tools that authoritarian governments are using to get to power. And we really have to try to stop that in other countries, because we have already seen what it does.
Well, thank you, Catalina. Elizabeth.
Thank you. Very, very important question, Antonia, in the context of what we're discussing now, and really double down on what my fellow panelists have said, and the real challenges on this, which we are very much alive to. So really, climate is not, as I said earlier, when it comes to the media, like where I am in Africa, a bit far removed from what's happening in the US, but you can see the pattern. When it comes to climate, it's about how relevant is it to the issues of the day, right? And up until we're able to tell that story in a way that weaves what's happening into the realities that people are dealing with at the moment, it is something we've found to be work to work in some ways, right? It doesn't work all the time, but it does work in some ways, because then people are I mean, I always sometimes say you can actually talk about climate and make people take action on climate without even mentioning climate, right? If you take action on food security, you know, what are the measures we need to take? What are the measures we need to take to help Africans without energy access energy through renewables, right? You are practically showing how to take action on climate without mentioning that. I think also people sometimes, because of not being able to piece that story in ways that relate, in ways that people see how this affects their day-to-day lives, they think of climate as something for scientists, something for the elite, right? And we want to bring it to the day-to-day lives of people. But sometimes even talking about climate, climate change, there's no local languages for climate change, right? So you get people to describe climate change with how they've seen lives change, or the patterns, the seasons, the productivity change. And so you use their description to talk about climate change in ways that they understand. And it's up until we get our local people, women, to really talk about these things and care about them, then we have our leaders also taking note. And also it helps to make sure that our leaders do not take advantage of the lack of salience or lack of knowledge to say there's nothing like climate and we cannot take action, because people know it's real and it affects them, and so they hold them to account. One other way we are dealing with what's happening at the moment, we are sometimes when we pitch stories to international media, they are turned down because they do not have the political angles of the day. They don't have the voices that, are salient at the moment. And so our stories get turned down. And so my challenge is always, what's our definition of international media? Actually, a lot of the media we call international is largely US or Europe media, right? International includes what we are hearing from Mexico, from Africa, from Kenya, from regional media. And so how do we bring salience? How do we make this regional and local media also become part of the international media ecosystem, where we can also pitch stories and they are read? And also another way we are handling it is new media, right? What are the other avenues, especially through digital? You can really target audience specifically with the action you need them to take. And yeah, that's one of some of the ways in which we're dealing with the challenges.
It's
I'll stop.
extremely excellent. Thank you, Elizabeth. And just so you know, Amy Westerfeld, you're going to have about a minute and a half to answer. But I think one of the biggest challenges that we're facing is that news is still most often framed in the mainstream media as created by white US or European Northern men. That's what news means, right? And we are constantly still challenging that framework.
Yeah.
Amy Westerfeld, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, oh God, biggest problem. In 1 minute, time, funding, it's all of those things. I actually do see a really big issue in the continuous blurring of the lines between journalism and comms. It's constant, and funders do it all the time. Like, they do not understand that there's a difference. And the reason I mention it is that, like, doing investigative journalism takes time, as you know, Antonia. It takes so much time to do an investigative story. And, if you can't pay people to do it, then it's just not going to get done. It's not going to get done. And I actually think that, like, people often create this false dichotomy between really deeply researched stuff and like social media and fun videos. No, I actually think the videos and the social and the everything, like the films and the podcasts and everything that do the best. I mean, I think this is why our stuff has been successful, is that we spend like 2 years researching a podcast that sounds like really snappy and fun, but there are a lot of receipts behind it. And I think that actually helps to break through. And if you can't keep, like, we have a journalist now who's doing a story on the Energy Transfer versus Greenpeace case, which is like the end result of the backlash to Standing Rock, right? she has done an amazing job because she's been covering that story since 2016. So she can do this really incredible, really like deep story now because she has those relationships with the tribe and she has those relationships with all these people that, you know, aren't talking to anybody else. And you don't get that without funding it. You just, yeah. Anyway,
Thank
that's
you,
it.
Amy. So
More than
important.
a
And
minute.
Amy Goodman, I didn't know you were still here. Amy
Yay.
Goodman, to you to wrap us up. Now is when Osprey's going to try and cut us off, but I really want to hear from you again. I thought you'd
Just
left, so
60
back to you.
seconds. Just 60 seconds. I just want to say our motto used to be to go to where the silence is. But as Catalina and Elizabeth and Amy and Rama and you always, Antonia, have shown us, it's not silent there. It's raucous, it's loud, people are organizing. It just doesn't hit the corporate media radar screen. I call it trickle up journalism, and people should send us story ideas all the time. Democracy Now! Is a great place where, with a global platform, we can link up people all over the planet. But I think all of you are doing it all of the time. It is no more important time than right now. Every movement together, joining together for climate justice, for overall racial and economic justice.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And Antonia and the entire panel has been just outstanding. Thank you all so much for the work that you do. And I just wanted to end by saying, you know, it's really inspiring to hear kind of behind the curtain a little bit what all of you are doing as journalists, as storytellers, and to me, activists in the field. It is a form of activism and resistance, as I said earlier. And I think that, you know, one of the reflections I would give before we close is that, you know, as we're seeing resistance to the takeover of countries, of governments, of a lot of our institutions, that part of this time of evolution and revolution is also in who owns the narrative. We shouldn't be having to only listen to white European and folks from the United States leading out what the story is about, as Antonia and all of you said in different ways. And that's going to happen because of the work all of you are doing. And we need to change the entire way our narratives are being told and who's telling them and what stories we're hearing, which is what you're doing, because it is part of democracy. It is part of the world that we seek with justice, well-being, and care for all. So we applaud you. We thank you for taking time with us today, and we send you all the support in the world to continue doing the work that you do. It's critical. It's absolutely critical. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone's time. And now I need to move us to our next panel, and thank you to our next set of presenters for your patience that we ran a little bit behind. I want to welcome this incredible group of leaders who are presenting on the panel, What's Ahead? Collective Action for Climate Justice. And we called it part one because we also are going to have another group of speakers on this topic after this panel. I want to thank you all for the important work and leadership that you're doing. Climate justice reminds us that this is not just a crisis of carbon, it's a crisis of exploitation. It demands that we center the leadership, wisdom, and sovereignty of frontline communities, Indigenous peoples, Black and Brown communities, workers, youth, and women. We have long been resisting the extractive systems that brought us to this point. It's these communities who have the most at stake, but also the most to teach the world about real solutions, resilience, and transformation. And as we discuss what lies ahead on the path to COP30 and beyond, this panel is about more than ideas. It's about action, the kind of bold, collective action that builds power from the ground up, that holds governments and corporations accountable, and that insists on justice, not someday in the future, but right now. This work is becoming even more urgent in the context of a global rise in authoritarianism, as we've been talking about, where repressive governments are criminalizing dissent, attacking land defenders, rolling back environmental protections, and silencing movements for justice. These regimes are deepening the crisis while closing democratic space for those fighting to stop it. It's a stark reminder that climate justice cannot be separated from the struggle for democracy and human rights. The window for meaningful change is narrowing, but there's still time to choose a different future, one grounded in care, equity, and ecological balance. So on this panel, we are joined by powerful leaders who are doing the work, organizing, mobilizing, resisting, and reimagining. And together, we're going to explore how we build solidarity across borders and sectors, and how we ensure that climate solutions are not only effective, but also just. And let's be clear, we're not here only to manage the crisis. We're here to transform the systems that caused it. And this includes not only our fighting spirit, but our joy and our wild imaginings. So I invite all of that to this conversation. And with that, I'm really honored to introduce our esteemed speakers. We're going to be hearing from Colette Pichon-Battle, who is the Vision and Initiatives Partner for Taproot Earth. She's also a lawyer and climate justice activist from Turtle Island, the USA. Then we'll be hearing from Thelmisa Hussein, who is the director of United Nations Regional Commission's New York office, and she is from the Maldives. And then we'll be hearing from Galina Angarova. She is Bharat, and she is the executive director from Surge Coalition, and she is originally from Siberia. I will have to share also that unfortunately, a couple of our colleagues who were joining us from other regions in the world are not able to join us today. Errol Derangi and Victoria Pinheiro, which we send them our best, but just wanted to inform our audience. And we're just absolutely thrilled to have all of the speakers who are here with us today. And I would love to hand over the floor to my dear colleague and friend, Colette. You have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Osprey, and thank you for your continued leadership in this space. I did get to catch some of this work. It's amazing. Thank you for all that you do. My name is Colette Pichon-Battle. I use she, her pronouns, and I bring greetings from the traditional territory of the Choctaw Nation on Turtle Island in the United States. And it's an honor to talk not only with such a great group of powerful people, but also to talk with a little bit of vision forward. So really thinking through where we are and what are the opportunities as we go forward. As many of you might remember, COP29 in Baku left civil society at best disappointed. And I think most of us felt quite betrayed by both the negotiators and the leaders of that agenda. The process and belief in that process was effectively eroded, especially at the civil society level. I remember hearing calls for whether we even need a COP, whether we even need the UN. And it was really sad, but also very valid points to hear at that time. If this body is not willing to listen to civil society and work on behalf of the planet, who will? In 2024, at the end of that year, we saw the hottest year on record officially was 2024. And so while we're wasting time bloviating and going around in circles on agendas, the scientific proof that the Earth is warming was brought to our attention, bringing 2024 as one of the hottest years on record globally. And it beat that record by a sizable margin. It also was a moment where we realized we were probably shooting past that 1.5 degrees Celsius mark, with some scientists say we were going to go past it temporarily sooner than anticipated. And the IPCC continued to emphasize the need for immediate and transformative action globally, while the US, in the meantime, was pulling out of international agreements, including the Paris Agreement and other cooperative agreements that would help to advance the rights of people and the rights of the planet. And we've just finished the UNFCCC Intercessional and Bond, where again, there was failure to make real advances on financial commitments. The global North continues to push false solutions rooted in markets, rooted in extraction, rooted in more domination. dare I say, they're pushing the next round of enslavement and domination of the planet and its people. And we see a suppression of civil society voices and frontline voices, with fewer folks getting into these conversations, and even more and more oil lobbyists and corporate representatives having the main voice inside of these conversations. All of this is happening while there's a geopolitical backdrop of genocide in Gaza, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in South Sudan. All of this is happening with the rise of global authoritarianism. And we've already seen the first heat waves in the United States and Western Europe. Protests are happening around the world. And I offer my peace to Kenya as folks are fighting against repressive governments. The young people are being shot, and the force of that government coming down on its people is not only upsetting, but I think a shame. But I also think it's a telling point of what is to come globally. And so here we are in this moment of folks doing a lot of nothing, a lot of inaction, a lot of talking. We're still not clear on what we mean by just transition, global climate reparations, climate finance. We're moving in legal conversations with no definitions and not much advancement. But there is an opportunity to go forward as a movement. We just have to see it, and we have to see each other. So as we prepare for COP30 in Belém, Brazil, I would like to offer just a few things that we should take into consideration as a movement. And I just want to mention, we're going into COP in November. I am from the great state of Louisiana, and we are commemorating 20 years since Hurricane Katrina in August. Our goal, and our work is to galvanize the community into this global conversation. And I would implore all of you, with anniversaries, with moments where we can bring people together, to not only light them up, but to aim them in a particular direction that can move the movement forward. I think when we go to Berlin, we have to move with some strategic engagement around the negotiations. It's really time for us to advance the frontline definition of global climate reparations. In 2024, in Nairobi last year, over 250 people from 37 countries met to develop the definition of global climate reparations so that it would stop being whittled down into just a synonym for a very small fund that is not being funded very well at all, but instead to have a more comprehensive approach to what we mean by global climate reparations, one small element of which is finance. So it's time for us to advance that definition of global climate reparations. And this is where I think we can start to see some strategic involvement when we can't get periods and points made in the text. Can we at least get an understanding and an agreement around what we're talking about when we use these words? And we need to advance the call for a just transition. This is what the ground is pushing. This is what we all need to push. And we're going to have to take one major step as we advance just transition. And that's point number 2, which is we're going to have to augment and align our communications. What do we mean by just transition? It's a mystery for some folks, and for others, a concept too big to chew. We're going to have to learn how to break this down. And we're going to have to break down and demystify these concepts that we're pushing for in a way that the public can join us in understanding and advancing. So we need to demystify to our communities what these terms mean. We need to coordinate our messaging that flanks the demands from the front lines in COP30. And those front lines are not just going to be in the UNFCCC. As we all know, there are mass mobilizations planned in Belém and across Brazil, and we need to be amplifying what the Global South is saying and who's saying it. And we need to shift our communications broader than to just the folks who are in charge of the negotiations. We need to create a new audience, and we need to create more pressure. We need to move our communications to bring in people, not to the negotiation room of Belém, but into the climate movement that is demanding way more than any of these agreements ever would. The audience, the globe, the people need to be demanding way more than these negotiations. And that's how we should be spending our time and energy building our communication strategy. The third thing I want to say, and this is really basic, except it's not, and we're kind of losing on this one. We actually have to practice building community. What I'm seeing in the climate space, and I've seen it for a long time, is a lot of really smart people who enjoy talking to themselves or to their colleagues. And what we need at this moment are those very smart people practicing something very new, which is building community outside of those walls in which we are most comfortable working. It's time for us to understand that being a little bit uncomfortable and building community is actually the antidote to this individualism, this isolation, this loneliness. And it sounds easy. Let's build community. But what I'm really saying is we have to learn new languages. We have to go sit with folks we wouldn't normally sit with. We have to invite people to dinner and breakfast and coffee, because the opportunity in Berlin is not in the negotiation room, in my opinion. The opportunity in Berlin is outside of those rooms, where those of us who are able to go are going to have the courage and ability to meet each other and walk away with a stronger web around this planet than we've had before. And finally, because it's WECAN, and I know I can say the truth to this audience, I will offer my item number 4 with love, respect, and honor. And that is, it's time for all of us to acknowledge this is not just a moment of politics. This is not just a moment of law. This is not just a moment of struggle. This is a moment of spiritual crisis. And for those of us who come from traditions and ethnicities that still practice ceremony and ritual, it is absolutely, and I mean absolutely, time for those of us who hold those cultural pieces to practice them and to bring them into this space now. I'm not just talking about wearing regalia. I'm not talking about just showing who we are. I'm saying it's time for us to engage in ceremony, where we put our collective intentions together and we aim them at the target that we all know we must take down. On November 16th, we'll be inviting folks to join us at a point on the Amazon River where the slave ships brought in more than 50,000 African slaves from the continent into Brazil. And we'll ask folks to join us in a water ritual, an indigenous water ritual, to acknowledge and start to repair what we know are the root causes of this climate crisis. Greenhouse gases, yes, but the philosophy of extraction, even more than that. So with that, I see, I think I might be at my time. And so I just want to say, we do have the ability to move here. And in fact, we have the duty to. I look forward to seeing all of you in Berlin and after that, because we've got work to do and it's our time to get it done. Thank you so much, WECAN.
Thank you so much, Colette. Really appreciate all that you shared. And we're going to have a little bit of a discussion after everyone presents. And I'd love to come back to some of the points you made, which are just so deeply important around all of it, but around community and a spiritual crisis and an emotional crisis we're also facing, in addition to the climate crisis, because as we know, the climate crisis is a result of root causes, which I'm really glad that you were getting at as well. And with that, I'm really thrilled to bring in Thelmisa Hussein. You have the floor, and it's so good to see you, Thelmisa.
Thank you, Osprey. Good day, good afternoon, evening, morning, dear distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, and really fierce women leaders. I am truly honored to be a part of this global conversation. And let me first take a moment to express my deep appreciation to the organizers, our dear colleagues at the WECAN family, led by my dearest friend, fiercest champion of climate and women and climate justice, Osprey. Really, thank you for this incredibly difficult and great work that you are continuing to do on all our behalf. And so I would like to take a moment really to honor you, Osprey, and to thank you once again. So as I speak to you today, not only in my professional capacity, but also as a former diplomat, as a mother, as a daughter, as a sister, as an aunt, all these different roles that we women have, I think it's not just me, but a lot of my sisters around the world. It deepens our sense of urgency and responsibility around the enormous crisis that we are facing and the challenge that we are facing. The fight for climate justice is also a fight for the future of our children and for the well-being of our families and for the systems that protect our world. So, and there is no urgent time to raise the flag for climate justice than right now. And we heard from other panelists also in the previous panel making a case. And I think we are really living at a very difficult moment in the world. We are living through a time of profound global disruption. The world is grappling with escalating conflicts, displacement, widening digital and economic divides, and rising social injustice. But looming behind each of these challenges is the deepening climate crisis, and it's not waiting. And 2024, as you heard, the annual global average temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, making it the hottest year in the 175-year observational record. So over the past 50 years, climate-related hazards have increased, and more than 2 million deaths and 4.3 trillion in economic losses globally. So climate change continues to be the threat multiplier that is accelerating inequality, eroding even the little gains that we have made, and disproportionately impacting the most marginalized, in particular women and girls. And women and girls, particularly in Global South, are hit hardest actually. So from all these displacement to food insecurity, we heard a little bit about it earlier in the other panel as well. Then also the increased unpaid care work, violence against women. I think we should remember all these challenges that add to what we are facing right now. And climate change deepens all these existing gender inequalities. And yet, when we look at funding, it's less than 10% of the available agricultural aid and less than 1% of the global climate finance that reaches grassroots women's organizations. This is not a funding gap. It's actually a gap in justice. It is a gap in justice. I would also urge all of you to try to engage in the not only in the climate processes that are upcoming, but also look at the Second World Social Summit to be held in Doha. Apart from the road to COP30, I will talk a little bit about it later as well. So as we look at all these global processes coming up, I would like to gently reiterate the importance of preserving the multilateral space. This space is also under threat today. Climate justice cannot be achieved without multilateralism because there's no single country that can address climate change alone, and there's no single government that can address climate change alone, or an institution that can solve this crisis alone. So multilateralism must be the platform for justice, solidarity, and shared leadership. And global agreements, the climate summits must reflect the realities. When we have these global agreements, it must reflect the realities of those most impacted, not only through statements, but through funding, decision-making power, and accountability. The recently adopted Pact for the Future at the UN General Assembly echoes this urgency, calling for bold environmental action and a renewed global commitment to a sustainable, just, and inclusive world. And above all, we must respect all the agreements we have adopted and hold governments accountable to these agreements that we have already adopted. We cannot bypass rule of law. Rule of law must be respected and it must be upheld. And we must all push for that and call for that. Rule of law must be upheld at all costs. Otherwise, we will never be able to achieve what we are doing in this multilateral space as global community. Today, I'm heading the New York office of the 5 regional economic commissions across the globe: the Economic Commission for Africa, the Economic Commission for Europe, the Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, and Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Across the world, these 5 UN regional commissions are working closely with women-led organizations, indigenous groups, youth networks, and grassroots movements to ensure that policy frameworks and climate solutions are informed by those on the front lines. These partnerships are critical to shaping inclusive, justice-driven transitions that are rooted in lived experiences and local knowledge. I would urge all of you to look at the work that the commissions are doing in your respective regions and see how you can engage more with the work that they're doing. As such, the UN regional commissions, we are investing in women and girls as agents of transformative change. In Asia and Pacific, ESCAP recent policy paper, Advancing Gender Equality in Asia and the Pacific in the Context of Climate Change, underscores the urgent need for gender-responsive climate action and calls for a whole-of-government approach to mainstreaming gender in climate policy. In Latin America and Caribbean, ECLAC's roadmap for promotion of gender equity is Bolivian mining sector is advancing gender equity by addressing systemic inequalities and positioning women as active agents in sustainable development of the mining sector. And in Africa, through the African Climate Policy Center, its mission is to enable transition to climate resilient development in Africa through responsive policies, plans, and programs towards transformed economies, healthy ecosystems, and human well-being. So, and in Arab world, in the Arab states, initiatives like ESCOWA's regional gender mainstreaming programs are amplifying women's voices in national dialogues. So I want to talk a little bit about the path to COP. The path to COP30 must not end in Berlin. It must ignite new momentum across regions, communities, and movements. The United Nations collective message is clear. Every fraction of a degree of warming matters right now. The temperature milestones of 2024 are a call for supercharged climate ambition with justice at its core. So we must continue to be demanding to meet these goals. We must continue to demand to meet these goals and collect. You're very right when you said we need to demand a lot more than what the negotiations are delivering. And we need to put as much pressure on the negotiations as we possibly can. The next round of national climate plans, NDCs, are due ahead of COP30. And it must be bold, inclusive, and grounded in human rights and gender equality. And we must be pushing pressure on our national governments to ensure that the next round of NDCs are reaching the goals that are set and the targets that we have set for ourselves. This is the moment to strengthen and elevate the role of networks like WECAN and feminist climate movements who are already at the forefront of the policy advocacy. On the ground, projects and trainings for global climate justice, as governments shape the next wave of national climate plans and just transition strategies, I think organizations like WECAN must collectively call for, as you are already doing, for action and find ways to push governments to have more bolder, bold plans and targets that they are going to submit. And this is not about symbolic inclusion, and it must be, it is about structural injustice if we cannot have the voices of the grassroots included when we are reflected in the submissions that the national governments are going to be doing. Looking ahead, the UN is convening a series of critical global milestones. Such gatherings reflect the world's hope for leadership that can rise to the challenge. But I must again say the UN's hope for leadership must be the civil society and the grassroots movements have an important role to play to push the multilateral organizations and national governments to have more bolder targets and ambitions. We have the 4th International Conference of Financing for Development next week in Spain. And I hope some of you will be there. And I hope some of you would be organizing outside the rooms and building alliances like Colette already mentioned, and putting more pressure on the governments and the organizations that are there, especially the negotiators. The World Social Summit on Social Development, the second World Summit on Social Development scheduled for November in Qatar will offer a platform to address the root causes of inequalities and injustices. This is another opportunity as well, a milestone opportunity. The 3rd Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs, taking place in August in Turkmenistan, will spotlight resilience building for those often left at the margins. The UN's recent ocean conference happened in France, and we saw some actions or around action for marine sustainability in frontline communities that were energized, which was really good. And in 2026, the UN Water Conference in UAE will offer a once-in-a-generation opportunity to prioritize water justice as a pillar of climate justice. Each of these moments is a building block in the architecture of a more just multilateralism. One that centers those on the front lines and delivers with courage and accountability and respect for rule of law. So I think we could take all these opportunities, all these milestones as engagement points where we collectively and continue to push for bolder actions than what the negotiations are able to deliver. And I can say, speaking from being a former negotiator and also being on the civil society side at a different point in my life, that when the civil society organizes and asks and organizes and mobilizes and puts the pressure on the negotiations that are happening behind the doors, it does make a difference and it does have an impact. And I don't think, and the asks, and I keep coming back to this because I think this is very important, and Colette, you raised this as well. We must keep demanding for bolder action than what the negotiations are delivering. Even when they deliver, we have consensus, lowest common denominator positions. We accept those positions, but that is not where we stop. We should continue to push for bigger targets, higher ambition, because right now there is no other, we don't have a planet B, and this is the only planet we have. And this is the moment that we need to really mobilize to be able to preserve this planet for future generations. I am not going to go into the details about the numbers and stats, and I'm sure all of you have heard so many times. And I know that this is a difficult system to navigate, but together we keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thil. It's so great to hear from you, and also really important your message, because I met Thamisa when she was in civil society and we were advocating together, and then she became a negotiator. And so it's really good to hear, both sides, and that it does have an impact, that when we do our advocacy work, that the folks on the other side are being influenced by us, and it's an important space to be in. And thank you for all of your comments, and we'll come back to you in the discussion session. But I wanted to now hand the floor to Galina. It's great to have you here and see you. You have the floor, Galina. Thank you.
Thank you. Sen ben hudut. Thank you so much, Osprey and Ashley, and all of you who have poured your hearts and wisdom into this assembly. I had the privilege to listening some of the speakers in the previous panel and now this panel, and I'm really feeling honored to be part of it. As an Indigenous woman from the Inuit Nation of the Buryat people in Siberia, and as Executive Director of the Search Coalition, which stands for Securing Indigenous Peoples' Rights in the Green Economy, I come to you with a message. And the message is that there can be no climate justice without Indigenous people's rights. There can be no just transition if it continues to reproduce the same extractive systems. So we're living through a time of accelerating urgency. Many speakers have mentioned that today. Over 100 countries now have committed to tripling renewable energy technologies by 2030. This ambition is necessary to meet our climate targets. But it has also triggered this frantic race to mine for metals and minerals that are required for this so-called green energy transition. And these are lithium, cobalt, copper, and nickel. So on the other hand, a lot of these minerals under the guise of the green energy transition are now being used for the military uses. With 2 wars raging, one in Europe and one in the Middle East, and a number of smaller wars, many of the nation states are urgently restocking their military arsenals. So here's the truth. More than half of the mines, 54% of all transition mineral mines that are planned to feed the green energy transition are located either on or near Indigenous peoples' lands. And many of them are in ecosystems that serve as the lungs and life sources for our planet. And mining is never just about digging into the ground. It's never an isolated activity. It brings infrastructure, roads, trucks, ports, railroads, smelters, processing facilities. It also brings labor camps, pollution, diseases, respiratory issues, cancers, cardiovascular illnesses. But just as damaging are the social impacts, rising alcoholism, drug use, sexual violence, and the growing epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women. And because the bodies of Indigenous women are an extension of our sacred lands, we become the battleground, just as the land becomes the battleground for defense and our resistance. A lithium mine does not just scar a single location. It casts a shadow from the extraction site to every link in the supply chain, to the trucks, to the ports, and into the global markets. Yet again, the price is paid by our communities, while the benefits flow elsewhere. This is the reality that we're confronting at the Search Coalition. We work across continents, Africa, Asia, Latin America, Arctic, across all 7 sociocultural regions where Indigenous peoples are, to secure the rights of Indigenous peoples in the face of these expanding threats. We have built and continue building a global platform to bring together mining-affected Indigenous communities to share tools, advocacy strategies, legal strategies, and healing practices. Absolutely critical. We are strengthening protocols to free, prior, informed consent. We provide holistic support through joint campaigns and small grants to communities for their own self-determined projects. We provide training for defenders and organize strategic interventions with investors, shareholders, end user companies, government officials, and other stakeholders. And through all of this, We're anchoring our work in the principle of self-determination, not charity, not tokenism, but the fundamental right of Indigenous peoples to define our own economic, social, and cultural priorities. Despite all of this, everything that we're up against, this gives me hope. What gives me hope is that Indigenous peoples already hold the solutions. We care for most of the world's remaining biological diversity. Our land-based governance systems, our relationship to territory, our traditional ecological knowledge are not just relics of the past. They are blueprints for a sustainable future. The global movement for climate justice must uplift those solutions, not as just side projects or community engagement plans and in some aid requirements, right? But as central to climate strategy. So a few months ago, when I was in Indonesia, I was meeting with some of the community leaders resisting nickel mines in Indonesia. The elders told me, we're not against development, but development that destroys our forests, poisons our waters, and tears apart our families, that's not development, that's death. So that moment reminded me, we don't need to choose between progress and protection. We need to redefine what progress means. That redefinition must come from the wisdom of our elders. So looking ahead to COP30 in Belém, which will be held on Indigenous peoples' land, we have the opportunity to change the story. We must not let COP30 become yet another platform for greenwashing. We must demand that Indigenous peoples' rights are upheld in every climate policy, in every financial mechanism. We must push for a climate movement that sees our peoples not just vulnerable or victims, but as visionary and as leaders. We must also hold space for healing, for joy, for the spiritual dimension, as one of the speakers, Colette, mentioned. Climate justice isn't only policy. It's about reconnecting with each other and with the sacredness of life. What's ahead? What's ahead is us together. That's what gives me strength. It is knowing that we're not walking this path alone. We are a global constellation of communities, movements, and ancestors dreaming through us. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Galina. Your words really touched me, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And I wanted just to share, something you said at the beginning around the mining issue, and we don't want to just repeat the same extractive policies from the fossil fuel economy and then just shift them over to critical minerals for renewables. I know that's a big discussion, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing at Surge. And to let everyone know, in case you're just in the sessions today and we're not here earlier in the week, that we just released a report during this assembly around renewables and this very issue and what we see as an alternative. So maybe we'll put that link in the chat again, because it deserves so much time and space. So I'm just putting the report there as a flag for people to go into that topic further, because it's so huge. We don't want to continue the extractive economy. So I do have a question for each of you. We do have about 15 or so minutes. So we have time for each of you to have like around 5 minutes. And I really want to get into some things deeper that you all brought up. And you can take this where you want to go, because there might be a point you wanted to make. So I'm just going to offer a question, but you can veer in any direction you want to go, because sometimes we're reflecting on what the others have said, and that's fine as well. Colette, because it is unusual to sort of get into these conversations that you brought up around community and spirituality and root causes. I wanted to sort of go a little bit further in that direction, if you would, around, what kind of strategies or ideas do you have about how we bridge worlds? So just as an example, when this is the thing that came just to the top of my mind, when we were working with a lot of Indigenous women and bringing them to meet with financial institutions, directly meeting face-to-face with banks, talking about what was happening in their territories, it was so important that we didn't just have all of our facts about the legal cases and the harms done ecologically and what were the violations to rights, all of which are absolutely critical. But I also know in those moments when the women were talking about their stories, how their families were being impacted, and bringing even prayer to the meeting, as awkward as that might have been in the middle of a business meeting, if you will, in a boardroom. But it created a different energy and an impact combined, those things combined and interwoven together and bridging worlds of creating space for humanity. And, so often women are degraded for the fact of bringing our emotional, spiritual selves to this effort, when in fact, it's the absence of those things that dehumanize these efforts and create more othering and non-belonging, if you will. And so I'd love to hear anything more you wanted to speak on that topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the courageous question, Osprey. I feel lots of ways about that question, by the way. First, I'll say as an African-American Southerner in the United States, in a climate movement that is very Northeastern and very West Coast, the beginnings of my work 20 years ago in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, there was a lot of discomfort with the culture of the South, where prayer, where the things that we know to do before you gather to make big decisions, both in the Indigenous space and in the Black space, is to pray. And the complications of things like churches and organized religions and their impact on our people. These are complicated contradictions. And as someone who has benefited from the civil rights movement and understands the role of spirit and spirituality and prayer and faith inside of facing oppression, this is not an easy dance. But there became a point, and I used to, sometimes I would say a prayer, sometimes I wouldn't, sometimes I would be real general. Now I just say what I got to say, because at this point, I believe I need everyone who is in the same room that I'm in to call on whoever you believe in and whatever creator you understand. It is that point in the world right now where we need them all in the room. And for all of the discomfort that we have had to face for many years, if not hundreds, if not thousands of years, it's okay to have the boardroom a little uncomfortable and the people at least standing in some position of power. We cannot continue to go to these people on our knees, and we cannot be afraid to do what it is that we need to do. I will say we have to be careful, because some folks take it to a performance level, and we don't need to perform for the boardroom. We need to conjure the energy that we need to do what we have to do, but it's not a performance. And we've got to be careful with that line, because we don't want to devalue the traditions that many of us come with. We want to use them wisely and use them when and as necessary. We recently at Taproot Earth, the organization that I'm with, we recently took on the Vatican, believe it or not, with global climate reparations. Why not? Let's just start with the church. When you've got the moral high ground here and you're saying, you said, we didn't say, you would like to go into a year of Jubilee where you forgive debt, where you forgive sins, where you forgive all of this. And we said, we agree. I would like to encourage those of us who are in the climate justice movement to not always assume the adversarial position. We could solve the problems. The church has a mark that it wants to hit, and Taproot, along with folks from about 60 different countries, said, we would like you to hit that mark as well. In fact, you should cancel all debts to all nations that are giving any kind of remittances to the Vaticans. You should give the land back to all of the people that you've taken land from to become the world's largest landholder. And by the way, you should create a fund from 10%, the tithing percentage that many Christians believe in. you should tithe into a global fund to repair the damage you've done in the spirit of Jubilee and in the spirit of repair. There is no animosity or antagonism here. You say you want to hit a goal, let's help you hit that goal. I think we bring these things to the table, and then we, in with our dearest and most contrite hearts, pray to the Lord for the courage for the Vatican to do what it needs to do to achieve its goals. And we conjure all that we know to conjure, which is our belief and our faith and our commitment to this tradition to do the right thing in a moment that we will not get back on the planet. There's an opportunity, I think, with financial institutions, all of these corporations. I mean, there's like 1 million corporations who say they want to be sustainable. You know what? So we want you to be sustainable. So why don't you get with some of these indigenous folks on whatever land and territory you're working on? And like Galina said, make sure that all of your rules, laws, and guidelines give them and honor the power that they deserve on that land. I think we have to have the courage to pull in our power wherever it is. And I think we have to rethink our strategy to not always face off with the military tank, but instead to bring in the power of love and alignment and the prayers that we have into spaces where folks say they want to go. I just will close by saying we are doing a ritual. The reason I am inviting people to join us on November 16th in Berlin is because we are doing ceremony right now with the Nile, Mississippi, and the Amazon rivers. It's folks to come and gather water, and we're pulling the waters together. The last stop will be in Berlin at the place of the slave port, because we have repair to do. And we are not just doing ritual for folks to take, video phone coverage with. We're actually doing the ritual that is required to bring all of the peoples who have been impacted together, and for us to make a commitment to the one thing that we all know is life, which is the water, and to go forward together, not competing with each other, but in full cooperation and acknowledging what we must. Well, many people get nervous about ritual and ceremony, but for those of us for whom this is a natural state of affairs, and I'm shouting out most of the female identified people who hold a lot of this culture, it's our time to put it in play right now. It's what's going to save us. It's what's going to get us ready for the fight.
Ooh, thank you, Colette, so much. Beautiful and so powerful to hear all of your words. I love you taking on the Vatican. Yes. And I'm loving hearing about what you're organizing for Berlin, and I will be honored, and our team will be, to join you respectfully in that beautiful work. And thank you for your incredible leadership. Colette is a force of nature herself, as you can tell. We could probably, just listen to her for a couple of hours, as we could with Phil and Galina. Each of them hold such vast knowledge. But really, really thankful for your response. I'd like to turn to Thilmisa and ask you, I really loved all of what you had to say. I just wanted to, we can only have time for a little bit here. So I wanted to pull out the piece about you mentioning, which is so dear to us right now, the rule of law. And that you mentioned that a few times, which right now, talk about something sacred. I'm clinging on to that. Where is the rule of law? And I wanted to ask you about, your comment in terms of these multilateral spaces, agreements that are already in place that are violated every day, human rights, indigenous rights, every day. What can we do? I know it's a big question, but get at some of it, whatever you can, about accountability, about implementation, and this is the hard one, enforcement. What can happen with governments around these agreements, accountability, implementation, and enforcement?
Wow, it's a big question. I was actually prepared to answer the previous question, but so I actually want to go back to that a little bit, what Colette was talking about. But I think when you think about multilateralism, it is not that the United Nations or that the United Nations enforces this, right? It's a membership organization. So we have individual countries.
And wherever you are in your own countries, especially in the global north, I would say, but also in global south, that we need to put pressure on our governments, on our respective governments, to ensure rule of law is respected, rule of law is upheld, the global commitments that we have made, these global agreements that we have in place already, as flawed as they may be and not as ambitious as we would like it to be, but these are instruments that we already have in place and mechanisms we have in place. And we must protect these instruments and mechanisms and ensure that the enforcement happens. And for enforcement to happen, we should push our local governments, national governments, to adhere to these agreements, to uphold these agreements, to what they have committed, to deliver on these commitments. So we have to be relentless in pushing for that. And I would say, if rule of law is not upheld, if multilateralism is not protected, it is the most vulnerable that would suffer the most. It is the smallest countries that would suffer the most. So we cannot afford for this pace to be eroded, because it's in the interest of the bigger countries. When the space does not exist, then they can just do whatever they want to do, and some still continue to do so. But that doesn't mean that that is a reason why we move away from the space that we have to hold sacred. And this is also the space that will be used to create more just world. And this is where I want to come in on critical minerals and justice. And I think, Osprey, you mentioned this is a very important topic: critical minerals, the exploitation of critical minerals that we have already seen, and it's going to accelerate. And I think when women share how extractive industries impact their families and communities, they bring essential truths that facts and figures alone cannot capture. These voices humanize policy debates. So bringing emotions, bringing prayers into financial or institutional meetings may feel unconventional, but it creates space for shared humanity. And that is transformative. It challenges the notion that rationality alone drives just decisions. It is not. The emotions, the energy is important and it matters. So when you look at the minerals like lithium, cobalt, and rare earths are in high demand now as the world decarbonizes, but we must ask, at what cost and to whom? We cannot replicate colonial patterns of extraction under the banner of climate justice or climate action. Justice means safeguarding the rights of communities, indigenous peoples, and future generations. So at the UN, the regional economic commissions are stepping up, and they are providing data analysis and policy advice on critical mineral governance, which is going to be so important, facilitating regional corporations to avoid a race to the bottom on environmental and social standards, elevating community-led perspectives to ensure local voices shape global decisions, especially around the governance of this important minerals, the conversation. And I think UN's role in critical mineral standard setting matters, and it is also important because we have to use this multilateral space to set standards. You cannot have different people setting standards that suits them the best. UN provides a trusted multilateral space for all countries, especially resource-rich developing nations, to shape fair and inclusive standards, to ensure that powerful actors do not dominate the agenda. And the standards that the UN sets can protect communities from weak regulations and environmental harm by encouraging right-based, transparent, and sustainable approaches across the value chain. And so I think, and also the UN, including the regional commissions, they bring local knowledge into global policy spaces, ensuring that community experience and regional priorities inform international norms. So I urge all of you to continue to be engaged in these spaces and continue to provide
provide your knowledge and your insight and bring your prayers and bring the energy to these spaces when we are negotiating. I think it is very, very important. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate Phil, and always your expertise and knowledge is so valuable to all of us. So I have a final question for you, Galina, and so glad you could be here with us. In your remarks, you had mentioned that we need a new definition of progress. And I wonder if you could take a little bit of time to open that up, because it's so important as we talk about what we don't want and really dismantling these systems of oppression. How are we building the world that we do want? And what, we don't have to start from scratch. There are a lot of models out there and a lot of knowledge from local communities, from frontline groups, from Indigenous peoples, from Black and Brown communities already practicing other ways of being. But there's also, these different economic frameworks like we hear coming from Latin America of buen vivir, which is living well. This idea that progress and development is also about our well-being as human beings, our relationship to the land, the well-being of nature, our relationship to nature, our relationship to one another and community are all ways of progressing, our own creativity. There's all different kinds of ways we can grow. And I wonder if you could really close out our session by talking about this new definition of progress. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. It's a big question. Yeah, do I have an hour? But what I wanted to say is that any progress in my mind starts here and starts here. It's individual progress that challenges the status quo, that challenges those preconditioned structures that we have inherited within the system. Questioning every single time when you're thrown something that you are bound to respond to, but giving that moment, that pause between the stimulus and reaction, to me is progress. Do I have to react that way? Do I have to think that way? Can I actually think a completely different way? To me is progress. I just wanted to go back to spirituality and the role of ritual, because to me, this is the key component. I come from a culture where prayer, ceremony was a huge part of my culture. It's still a really important part of my culture. We say that nothing can stop 100 women gathering together and manifesting. And that's what I do believe in. And I hope I'm not sure I'm coming to Berlin, but if I'm there on November 16th, I'll come to the river and we can definitely manifest something. We can manifest a different world. And that's what the definition of progress is. A world that we can imagine and manifest together. I'm going to very quickly tell you a story to bring that point. Like many, many years ago, I worked to protect a beautiful territory in Western Siberia from a gas pipeline. And I engaged in a multi-layered, multi-pronged campaign through, targeting an IPO that was trying to raise the money for that pipeline, creating a specially protected area managed by Indigenous peoples that the pipeline would go through, working with government officials, drafting a sacred sites law, finding those sacred sites and just creating passports for those sacred sites. So there were like probably a dozen of strategies that we tried to employ to protect that sacred land. But in the end, the shamans took me aside one day and said, Galina, I know what you're doing and we really, appreciate it, but you have to understand that the primary strategy that we have been employing all along is the ceremony. It's because of our prayers, our ancestors are hearing and supporting us through this journey. It's because of them that this land and this culture remains intact. So that's where I come from. And I do believe, like, this is the point. If we gather in ceremony and prayer together, that would initiate a new path, transformation, human transformation, but also that will manifest in a new story. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those good words of wisdom. And, I think it's one of the big things that, women in all of our diversity are bringing to the table. We know we have to do another way of living, another way of approaching this work, because the way that things have been developed and the systems that are in place did not carry the practices that you and Colette and Phil are talking about. And so this is what is part of the transformation. And I love that you're bringing that to the table. And I'm very happy our conversation wound its way here unexpectedly. I think it's wonderful. Thank you all so much for taking time with us and sharing your incredible wisdom and the powerful work you're doing in the world. We're here to support you. We've put all of your information in the chat for folks to know about it. And this is getting broadcast out into the world. And, I wish you all really well. Thank you so much and look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you. And with that, we are going to now transition to our final panel of the day and also the final panel of the assembly. It's really amazing how fast the time has gone, really. I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on this panel, What's Ahead? Collective Action for Climate Justice Part 2. And as I mentioned before, it's really the same panel, but we wanted to have more leaders speak on this topic since it's so important. And I want to thank all of the panelists who are here for your vital work and leadership. And I do ask for patience from our audience. If you have been with us today, as I'm going to share again the introduction to this panel, because as I said, this is part 2 of the panel, and there are new speakers here who've been in the green room or not with us, and I want them to hear the framing of this conversation so we all come together in the same space. So thank you for that. Climate justice reminds us that it's not just a crisis of carbon, it's a crisis of exploitation. It demands that we center the leadership, wisdom, and sovereignty of frontline communities, Indigenous peoples, Black and Brown communities, workers, youth, and women in all of their diversity who have long been resisting the extractive systems that brought us to this point. It's these communities that have the most at stake, but also the most to teach the world about real solutions, resilience, and transformation. As we discuss what lies ahead on the path to COP30 and beyond, this panel is about more than ideas, it's about action. The kind of bold collective action that builds power from the ground up, that holds governments and corporations accountable, and that insists on justice, not someday, but right now. This work is becoming ever more urgent in the context of a global rise in authoritarianism, where repressive governments are criminalizing dissent, attacking land defenders, rolling back environmental protections, and silencing movements for justice. These regimes are deepening the crisis while closing democratic spaces for those fighting to stop it. It's a stark reminder that climate justice cannot be separated from the struggle for democracy and human rights. And the window for meaningful change is narrowing, but there is still time to choose a different future, one grounded in care, equity, and ecological balance. And on this panel, we are joined by powerful leaders who are doing this work, organizing, mobilizing, resisting, and reimagining. And together, we're going to explore how we build solidarity across borders and sectors, and how we ensure that climate solutions are not only effective, but just. And let's be clear, we're not here only to manage the crisis, we're here to transform the systems that caused it. And this includes not only our fighting spirit, which is so important, but also our joy and all of our wild imaginings, that we can bring all of ourselves to this moment, because it's going to require that. And with that, I want to introduce the esteemed speakers, but before we start, we're going to show a short video of some of these women in action. So first, we'll be hearing from Jackie Patterson, who is the founder and executive director of the Chisholm Legacy Project from Turtle Island, the USA. We're so honored to have her here. Then we'll be hearing Shirley Krennick from the Krennick people, founder of the Shirley Krennick Institute and co-founder of the National Articulation of Indigenous Women Warriors of Ancestry, Amiga from Brazil. And we heard some of her colleagues in an earlier session this morning. So glad you could be here with us, Shirley. Then we'll be hearing from Natalia Green, who is the Global Director of the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature, or GARN, who is from Ecuador. And I'm so glad you could be here, Natty. We had a session yesterday on rights of nature, which was really amazing, a full session. And so we wanted to bring that topic back up again in this context. And again, I'm really honored to be on the executive committee for GARN and having worked with Natty for many years. And then our final speaker is the wonderful Casey Camp-Hornick from the Ponca Nation. We're so honored that you could be with us, Casey. Casey started us out at the beginning of the assembly with an incredible opening and really helping to set off the assembly in a good way. And we're very thankful that you can close the assembly for us. Casey is the chairwoman of the Indigenous Council of the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature, and she's also the environmental ambassador for the Ponca Nation. And we're so honored to have her on our WECAN board and also one of our project coordinators, which you'll be hearing about when she has time to speak. She is from Turtle Island. And with that, we're going to go ahead and start this video, and then we will move to our first speaker. Thank you.
How will the future generation look back on us? Are they going to say that we were the healers? We were the warriors that stood up for them so that they may live.
In this time of colliding crises and failing infrastructures, worsening climate disasters, I do believe we have a time to act, to ensure a fast, fair, and equitable phase-out, and ensure a planet for current and future generations.
A recent report by the UN Environment Program found that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Since the signing of the Paris Agreement, the world's 60 largest private banks have provided $5.5 trillion in financing to the fossil fuel industry. We cannot continue with these disastrous numbers.
The fossil fuel industry has hurt us for far too long, both in the terms of emissions, but also causing a lot of wars and militarization.
And when we talk about the impacts of oil and gas and why we need a phase out of oil and gas all across the globe, is because this is not just about the reduction of emissions at source. This is also about the reductions of the harms and the violence Indigenous peoples have felt on our lands and our bodies and our communities.
It's crystal clear. We need a concrete, binding plan to end the expansion of new coal, oil, and gas projects and manage a transition away from fossil fuels. Nation states are now calling for a fossil fuel treaty, an equitable and wind-down plan for how to manage the wind-down in a way that leaves no country or community behind.
Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights!
Nós, mulheres, precisamos continuar avançando juntas. E juntas estamos aqui também para apresentar soluções.
Whether it's on the front lines of resistance to fossil fuels, protecting and replanting forests, creating food sovereignty networks, or advocating for transformative climate policies, women are leading the way. It is code red for humanity, and we're drawing a red line to say no more to sacrifice people and no more to sacrifice zones.
We need to decolonize these spaces because, if the planet is still alive, it's because we, the women, are taking care of our lands.
The message is quite clear. Feminists
frontline activists, frontline women, indigenous people have long had the solutions, are advocating for these year in, year out, and it is time we heed to their leadership because we have long run out of time.
E viemos fazer clamor. Não há possibilidade de barrar as mudanças climáticas sem considerar os territórios como solução número 1. Pela terra, pelas águas, pela floresta de pé, não podemos derramar sangue indígena no chão.
We're enacting things in the Ponca territory like the rights of nature because we know that we as human beings are not separate from nature. But at this moment, we are nature protecting itself.
Okay, a little bit of energy hearing from one of the COPs where we were advocating with our incredible delegation and work there in the field. And with that, I'm really honored to invite Jackie Patterson to take the floor. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here, as always, with WECAN and with you, Osprey, and your whole team, and with all of you. I've been here to hear the speakers before for a few hours, and it's just been inspiring as always. So I am actually in Jamaica, where my dad's from, where it's my happy place, and I come as often as I can find a few days to do so. And it was interesting arriving as I was waiting to get on the shuttle bus. There was a young man who's probably maybe 22 or so, and he asked me what I did. So I said I had to work on racial justice and climate justice and so forth. And so when I said to him about Black liberation, and he goes, well, so what exactly does that look like? And so I explained it a little bit to him, and then he said, oh, well, that would never work here. And I'm like, oh, well, tell me more. And he just kind of indicated that he didn't think that people would work together in that way. And he talked about how other countries own everything in Jamaica and how the government isn't pushing back. And so we kind of kept talking about this, and then he said at one point, kind of looked at me like a little challengingly, like he thought I might push back. He said, it was the US that destroyed our economy in the first place. He said, Jamaica used to have a stronger economy than the US, and the US didn't like that. And so they came and destroyed the economy. And I'm like, yep, yeah, that's pretty much what we do. And so then he went on to talk about and so I was talking about the work that we do around working with communities around cooperation, self-determination, local self-reliance, et cetera. And then again, went back to that wouldn't work here. He said, every other culture but Black people know how to cooperate, but we just fight against each other. I mean, it was a very, very, kind of sobering conversation to know. And he was saying all this with just such a level of confidence, but also sadness and also anger. It was just an interesting mix of emotions. So then I said, yeah, we were socialized against that. We were actually originally our actual culture is one of cooperation, but with the colonialization and with the enslavement of our people, that was driven out of us in a very and yes, the people still sustain that, and you're not necessarily seeing it, but there are people who do still hold that culture. And he agreed. He said that is true. He said that they beat that out of us. Every time we tried to help each other, they beat that out of us. And this was all just yesterday. And so I really sat with that after having come from being in Bonn at the Intersessional and having conversations with the Global Afro-Descendant Climate Justice Collaborative, where we were celebrating our unity. We were celebrating the organization, and we were talking about, as we said, what's ahead. And then also in another meeting of the Climate Action Network, it was the same kind of thing, talking about us coming together and what's ahead. And it was even during that meeting, I also, anyway, what kind of struck me as I had this conversation with this young man is that it just brought me back to the various, like there's the folks who are organizing, and then there's the folks who aren't a part of the organizing. And every day when I'm going out in communities, I'm seeing those two worlds, and it brought me brought to what's ahead of us in terms of needing to ensure that we find ways to have everyone to have pathways to that tent of oneness, that tent of we-ness that we're trying to bring together. So with that, I really wanted to talk a little bit about globalization and in the context of what I heard from everything that you've already said today, and like the two parts of this globalization notion that we're part of a global ecosystem, and we're all kind of swimming in the same river, and there is that interdependence and that need for cooperation for us all to move forward. And then we also know that it's true that globalization has been the tool of the extractive economy. And in the words of Audre Lorde, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And as we've all seen, we can't, and we've talked about it time and time again already, we cannot tweak a system that was designed to concentrate wealth and power in the hands of a powerful few. So people say to be an effective organizer, you have to be grounded in the reality, and that we always have to hold simultaneously a thorough understanding of the world as it is, which we definitely were grounding in today, and the world as it should be. And it sounds kind of simplistic to put it in those terms, but it is a pushback that we have to really present against people who think that we're wasting our time talking about Article B of this text or Article 9 of this text, or engaging in the negotiations at all, which some people think are a waste of time. People thinking they're going to the annual general meetings of these big corporations to push for change is a waste of time, because this is like continuing to perpetuate the system as it is, but it is the system as it is, and it's a system that we're all living in. So it is important for us to do so in order to both chip away at the system as it exists and weaken it, to mitigate its harms as we live under it from day to day, and to also really get to know the system from the inside out and be able to assess its vulnerabilities well enough to be able to take it down, to dismantle it. But at the same time, we're also, as many have said already, starting to embody the world as it should be. For one, because we can't dismantle the plane while flying in it. And so obviously we at least have to have a parachute in order to do that. And we also know that from what everybody else has said, that the world as it should be is this new economy that is new for most of the people who are on Earth now, but it is the old way of being. Really, it's a return to the original, to the traditional way of being for Black folks, for Indigenous folks, and other peoples, in terms of culturally. As others have said, it's about cooperation, about caring for the sacred, about self-determination and local self-reliance, both at the community levels and in terms of advancement of truly sovereign nations. That was another thing, being that the young man we're talking about, because I was saying, well, what about, I just read in the headlines that Jamaica is fighting for reparations from the British. He just kind of rolled his eyes, but anyway, and he started talking about Burkina Faso, and I thought, oh, well, I need to read up on that. But anyway, but really, as we were talking as a Global Afro-Descendant Climate Justice Alliance about how, as nations, the formal bonds of colonialism might have frayed a bit, but that so many of our nations are still being governed by the chains of financial dependence, particularly, as someone was saying earlier, with the multilateral financial institutions and their what they do to the nations. And so we've been talking about what it looks like to actually have governments to rethink what it means to be a sovereign nation. And so this is something I know that folks are working towards in different ways. The Ethiopian proverb says, when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. And as so many others who have spoken before us have demonstrated, if we come together and we combine our power, we know we can dismantle the extractive economy. We've already seen folks who are fighting for for better ways within the system and fighting for new systems. We were just with IWS in Germany fighting for immigration justice, and included in that fighting for it now, but also the view towards no borders. The articulate of Black women's organizations in Brazil fighting for land rights. WECAN and its partnership with Indigenous women fighting for energy justice. The Jamaica Fight for Reparations, the West African Climate Finance Network, advancing transformative approaches to community control and regional collaboration. Again, not this kind of North-South dynamic that we continue to have. And in a small democracy win within the belly of the beast, and a win for true democracy in the U.S., Zoran Mamdani, the presumed new mayor of New York, who our current president labeled as, quote unquote, a 100% communist lunatic, has an agenda that includes free bus service, free childcare, government-run grocery stores, a rent freeze for people living in rent-regulated apartments, and a new affordable housing, all paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy. So this is, again, glimmers of us heading in the right direction. And just to kind of in closing, as a movement, we know that we are stronger than the opposition when we pull together. And all those voices, all the leadership that's been embodied on this call, we're all coming together, and thank goodness for WECAN and pulling us together here. If we continue to collaborate, we can win this. Again, as the Ethiopian proverb says, when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. And truly, this autocracy, this authoritarian global regime is that. We are smarter than the opposition. As Colette said, our best weapon is our heart, our care, our love for the planet and for each other. So even as we fight against anti-care regimes, we're caring for each other. Even as we live under authoritarian regimes, we are advancing new systems of cooperative governance. Even as they try to surveil us, we go dark. They tried to take away our social safety net, but Black and Indigenous folks are the originators of mutual aid, so we are here for each other. They tried to cut our microphone, and we pulled out the megaphone. They tried to restrict our movements, and we revitalized the Underground Railroad. They foment hate, and we counter with love. They tried to bury us, but we continue to sprout because they didn't know that we are seeds. I'll truly close in the words and the rhythms of Sister Tafara Muhammad. Not a singer, but I'm going to try. So here we go. We are the children of the ones who did not die. We are the children of the people who could fly. We are the children of the ones who persevered. We are fearless, we are strong, and we're ready to carry on. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie. Throwing it down, singing us a song. Yes, I love it. Thank you for your powerful words. There's just so much in what you said, and just the hope that you bring us is so deep and rich. I can feel my spirit being lightened just by your words. Thank you so much for everything that you said and the hard work that you're doing, and just for folks to know that we're putting Jackie's information and her incredible organization that she founded in the chat for you to learn more. And we're going to do a round of conversation after this, so we'll come back, because I wrote a bunch of notes about some questions to ask you. But yeah, thank you so much for your analysis and the beautiful presentation. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor to our dear sister and leader, Shirley Krennick. And just a friendly reminder to folks about your translation button at the bottom, because she will be presenting to us in Portuguese. Shirley, welcome. We love you. You have the floor.
Mudo. Olá, estão me ouvindo?
Yes,
Okay.
all is good. We see you, hear you.
Antes de tudo, eu gostaria de agradecer a presença de todas essas mulheres da terra, todas essas mulheres árvores, de todas essas mulheres água aqui presente. E dizer também que esse é um momento muito importante para nós, mulheres do mundo inteiro. E eu gostaria de pedir licença para a Mãe Terra e para o Pai Água, para poder dirigir minha palavra ao universo, porque eu tenho um costume muito grande de pedir licença primeiro, antes de começar a minha fala, né? Tikonya jikura ina, ina takruk tek tek tupi, ina, nimparen makiam, nimparen makiam, nimparen makiam. Tikonya jikura ina, ina takruk tek tek tupi, ina, ina. Gratidão, Erehrenhawit, eu estou muito feliz hoje, porque hoje é o aniversário da minha filha, né? Então, ao mesmo tempo que eu comemoro o aniversário da minha filha, eu comemoro com vocês, mulheres de luz. E não existe prazer maior do que sermos de luz nesse espaço ao qual nos contempla com os nossos trabalhos e as nossas visões. Eu sou uma mulher terra, sou do estado de Minas Gerais, do bioma da Mata Atlântica, um bioma que não é muito falado por vocês e que não é muito lembrado pelas pessoas. E eu costumo trazer muito a potência do meu bioma, porque é nele que eu pratico ação, né? Eu não vivo só da espiritualidade, né? Eu vivo da ação. Então, eu sou uma mulher que trabalho com a espiritualidade e a ação 24 horas por dia. Até porque eu planto árvores, né? Eu restauro territórios que foram destruídos por toda essa visão, né, de globalização perdida, de globalização que não se encaixa mais na visão ao qual nós estamos trabalhando aqui nesse painel, por exemplo. E a nossa responsabilidade enquanto mulher árvore plantada aqui, eu gostaria de enfatizar bastante nesse momento meu de fala. Nós estamos falando muito sobre questões climáticas, estamos falando muito sobre COP, estamos falando muito sobre projetos alternativos, né, porque essas são falas de políticas de construção que, para mim, não estão no processo de construção, mas sim estão num processo que vem tentando dilubriar as nossas mentes, sabe? Enganar as nossas mentes. E eu costumo dizer que nós, mulheres, somos o elo sagrado entre o céu e a terra. E que sempre que o mundo passa por uma dificuldade muito grande, a gente sempre aparece. Nós, esse ser mulher, sempre aparece trazendo uma perspectiva global. E quando eu falo global, eu falo universo, eu falo universal de como trazer esse equilíbrio de volta. Porém, esse corpo território aqui, mulher sagrada, às vezes se encontra cansado também. E às vezes se encontra com problemas também. Então, mulheres, para deixar o recado aqui, para a gente falar de globalização, para a gente falar de justiça, para a gente falar de clima, para a gente falar de ações, mitigações, nós precisamos também falar do cuidado de nós, de tomar o cuidado da gente, porque senão a gente não consegue avançar nessa perspectiva de evitar a extinção da humanidade. Então, o recado que eu dou para todas vocês e para mim também é que vamos olhar para dentro da gente de forma interna, porque ultimamente essa energia que está modificando o mundo está deixando as pessoas com um ego muito grande. Então, as pessoas crescem no ego, mas não crescem nas ações pela terra e pelas águas. Então, cuidado com os espaços ao qual nós estamos pisando. Cuidado com os holofotes demais. Cuidado com a forma de falar nos espaços. Porque, às vezes, as pessoas esquecem que são terra e água aqui nesse planeta. É um recado que eu estou dando para nós, mulheres guerreiras, para tomar cuidado com o sistema ao qual nós estamos lidando agora. Porque esse sistema vem de uma política que não é adequada, de uma política que estupra, de uma política que viola os nossos direitos como mulheres, como árvores plantadas nesse território. Então, vamos procurar trazer ações que possam também nos unir e nos colocar nessa forma global coletiva, para trabalhar uma justiça que é realmente feita de acordo com os nossos olhares, de acordo com a nossa vivência, de acordo com a nossa base. Esse é o meu recado de hoje. E dentro desse processo de viver e de buscar ações coletivas para evitar a extinção da humanidade, eu trago uma perspectiva muito relativa de restauração. E quando eu falo restauração, eu falo de questões ambientais. Eu aqui, no meu país e no meu estado, eu luto muito contra a mineração. Eu tenho um trabalho altíssimo contra a mineração, sabe? E às vezes eu sou muito criticada pela forma de bater nessas ações de mineração, nessas empresas de mineração. Mas por que que eu bato com força? Por que que eu dou murro na mesa nessas empresas de mineração? Porque mineração, mais uma vez dizendo, mais uma vez repetindo, mineração serve para fazer guerra, serve para matar pessoas, serve para matar crianças. É para isso que serve a mineração. Serve para matar rios, águas, terras. E é isso que eu passo aqui na minha região. Eu moro numa região totalmente impactada pela mineração. Eu estou aqui falando que meu povo não bebe água do rio, meu povo não come peixe do rio, meu povo, as crianças, não tomam banho de rio mais ancestral, a gente não pratica ação espiritual no meu território, na água. Porque o mundo e essas pessoas não espiritualizadas, porque eu ouvi a palavra espiritualização, eu ouvi as questões espirituais no outro painel, eu achei muito bacana, e as pessoas estão esquecendo disso, sabe? Do espírito e do corpo. Isso tudo está sumindo e está virando destruição. E a gente tem que tomar cuidado com isso, porque senão muitos outros povos, muitos outros parentes vai passar o que eu estou passando aqui. Aqui eu não como peixe, gente. Tem muita gente que ainda tem oportunidade de comer o peixe do seu rio, aqui eu não como mais. Eu não tenho isso mais. Eu tenho uma filha que eu não posso ensiná-la os rituais sagrados do meu rio. Eu não tenho como passá-la para ela, porque isso ficou no passado. A gente está falando sobre justiça climática, a gente está falando de ações pelo clima, mas aqui eu falo de um rio no passado. Olha que louco. Olha o que nós estamos mexendo, trabalhando, quais são mesmo as nossas ações? O que realmente nós, enquanto seres humanos, estamos fazendo aqui? Porque eu estou falando com vocês aqui, minhas amigas, de um rio que eu tenho no meu território, que corta todo o meu território, e eu falo dele no passado. E nós estamos em pleno século XXI. Algo que era para ser evitado está sendo mais destruído. Porque quanto maior essa globalização política desinformada e destruidora, maior é a destruição espiritual corporal das pessoas. Então, eu peço um certo cuidado também de vocês ao estarem nesses espaços discutindo sobre justiça climática, porque é necessário que a gente faça uma força maior para desconstruir esse sistema que nos rodeia, que é um sistema estuprador. E não adianta trazer essas alternativas verdes de mineração, energia eólica, né, crédito carbono e tudo mais, porque essas ações são ações falseadas. Porque ninguém quer vir aqui comigo plantar árvore no meu território. Ninguém quer investir recurso na minha instituição para eu poder restaurar território. Porque eles falam que isso custa caro. Mas custa mais caro para mim ver o meu rio morto e eu não podendo praticar os rituais espirituais do meu povo. Gratidão.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shirley. And it's really
I will say I appreciate your words so much, and also I feel the grief. I just feel a lot of grief listening to you and how hard it is to be on the one hand celebrating your daughter's birthday, and then on the other hand knowing that you can't take her to the river and teach her your practices and eat the food and swim in the river. It's our hearts break hearing this, and our tears are with you. And I think it's really important, we've been working over the last week in this assembly to, show the connection between the things that you so well articulated, that, as the world wants to, we're efforting to end fossil fuels and move to a clean energy economy, we must not replicate these systems of extraction, so that we see mining in your territory for all the materials needed for the renewables and other development. And it just has to stop. And as you said so eloquently, we don't want to be talking about our rivers in the past. It's too much. It's too big of a grief and too big of a loss, with water being life and people's territories being destroyed. So thank you very much for your presentation, and pointing out also that we cannot be perpetuating false solutions. And we'll come back to you as well and hear more from you. And I thank you so much for your effort to restore your lands. Without, support, you are going forward to restore up against great odds. And we really respect that and hear you and stand with you. And with that, I would like to invite Natalia Green to join us and bring your perspective to the conversation. Thank you, Natty.
Thank you so much, Osprey. Thank you to my sisters who spoke before me. And thank you, WECAN, for bringing us together in this amazing gathering. I am going to talk about the rights of nature. If you could help me with the presentation. And I'm going to be talking about the growth of this amazing movement and why I think this is a beautiful path to what lies ahead. Because I feel that this grief that we have also felt should be also combined with hope. And I'm hoping that that's what I will be bringing to you all today. So I'll be talking about the rights of nature. And if I'm just going to move my hand up for passing the slides. And I think that we can all agree that we are in a sea of chaos. So I really want to share this quote from Ilya Prigonini that says, when a system is far from equilibrium, small islands of coherence in a sea of chaos have the capacity to shift the entire system. And I think this is a powerful quote because I think that we all are struggling with what's going on right now. We are all struggling with having hope in this sea of chaos, but I am thinking that by showing and sharing about the growth of the rights of nature movement, I can be telling you how these islands of coherence are reproducing all over the world, and hopefully end with that note that we can do something about this together. So why the rights of nature? Well, the rights of nature is a growing movement, is a movement that shares exactly what we've been talking about these days. And it's the idea that nature is alive, that we are part of nature, as Casey was saying in the video that we heard before, that we are nature protecting ourselves, and that nature is alive and deserves to be considered a rights-bearing entity. And a rights-bearing entity that is beyond what we have with environmental law, because environmental law has not been enough. Environmental law has only been telling us how many times we can kill our slave. It's not been telling us nature is not a slave. It's not an object. It's a person that needs to be respected. She's alive. We are part of her. And we need to deeply change our relationship with nature. That is what we need. And by that, what we are bringing with the rights of nature movement, that is a movement that is growing quite a bit. Antonio Guterres in 2019 said that the air jurisprudence movement is the fastest legal growing movement in the world right now. And the idea is to understand that nature needs to be considered a subject of rights in the Ecuadorian Constitution, and you'll hear that in a bit. We were able to incorporate this in 2008. But what the Rights of Nature movement is saying is that it is an emerging, powerful global movement that wants to transform human consciousness and to redesign the failing and consumptive economic social structures to create a framework where we live in harmony with nature and that is grounded in the recognitions of the rights of Mother Earth. This is a picture that we took in 2008 where we could all fit in one room, 18, when we could fit in one room while we were celebrating the 10th year anniversary of the Ecuadorian Constitution. I don't think we can fit in one single room, and that's great news because of how much this movement has grown. As I was sharing, we were able to include this in the Constitution in 2008. I was extremely lucky to be part of this process in my country, Ecuador, that really gave the path to this paradigm shift that we are bringing to the world, to this paradigm shift that says, no, nature is not an object that we can exploit. Nature is a subject that we need to protect. And this is something that indigenous people have been saying all along, that we are nature, that Pachamama, Mother Earth, is our mother, and that, of course, this needs to change the modern worldview of the juridical systems that still treat nature as an object. And that is where many of the problems lie. We were able to gather around in Cochabamba, Bolivia in 2010 with this People's Conference for Climate Change and the Rights of Mother Earth, where people came together to say, yes, we need a declaration for the rights of Mother Earth, a declaration that incorporates everyone, people and humans and non-humans, everyone, because we are the earth, we are nature, and we need to be walking towards this new perspective. Later that year, we were able to create the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature that we are very happy to be sharing this year and hopefully celebrating with many of you during COP30 in Brazil, our 15-year anniversary. This movement has grown now up to 40 countries that have advanced the rights of nature, 22 of them with legal advances, legal meaning either a constitution, a national law, a local ordinance, a river rights, an ecosystem with rights, so actual legal advances, and 18 of them with projects. So this is something that is moving quite fast. There's an academic article, one of the 18,000 articles that have been written about the rights of nature, a huge growth. Out of what we were researching in 2008, we could only find around 3. Now there's like a huge bibliography about this growing movement, but it's amazing how we keep moving towards these islands of coherence. If you want to learn more about this, we have an eco-jurisprudence monitor where you can see all these initiatives that are proliferating around the world. And as I see it, they're proliferating as acupuncture points in a world that is suffering, points that are trying to heal the world, where people are getting organized to recognize that nature is indeed a subject of rights. As GARN, we are well organized with our umbrella organization that is the Global Alliance, with the International Rights of Nature Tribunal, with our Indigenous Council that will be so happy to hear Casey, who is our leader in that Indigenous Council, and with many thematic and regional hubs where we get together people to educate and move and grow this movement even more. These international rights of nature tribunals have allowed us to have a platform where we hear these cases and we understand that when we have sacrificed zones, we have sacrificed people. And fortunately, these tribunals allow us to give a voice both to those frontline defenders and to nature herself, that is talking in many languages, but of course, not all of them can listen to that language, and we are using these tribunals to bring forward the voice of nature. I want to be sharing that this movement has grown quite a bit with the recognition of rights of rivers. There are right now 44 rivers with rights in the world, one of them passing by my city, the Machangara River, the Trato River in Colombia, the Wanganui River in New Zealand, and the Marañón River that actually allowed Mariluz Cañaquiri, who is an amazing Cucama woman, to win the Goldman Prize this year for her amazing effort to bring the first case of rights of nature in Peru by recognizing that the River Marañón is alive and deserves to have rights. I want to start closing by sharing a couple of stories that hopefully will give us hope about how the rights of nature movement is definitely bringing a solution to this world that we feel sometimes that so hopeless. One of them is this victory, the intact versus frogs. These two frogs were rediscovered in the twin waterfalls. One waterfall extremely polluted by what Shirley was talking, mining. That is a big fight that we're having in Ecuador as well. And the other waterfall was the habitat of these amazing frogs. The Rana nodriza confusa was actually a newly discovered species. The Arlequino cicuda was a rediscovered species. We renamed the nodriza confusa by resistance frog. And this frog, tiny little frog, allowed us to win a case against the second largest mining company in the world. So I'm hoping that this little frog will give us hope that this frog was able to be an umbrella species to save the cloud forest, and to understand that this species can go to court and fight for her own rights together with the land defenders that had been protected intact for more than 30 years. So what's lying ahead? For us to talk about climate justice is we cannot be talking about climate justice without talking about the rights of nature. I think that by incorporating the framework of the rights of nature, understanding that we need to change the legal systems, and with that, challenge corporations that are going beyond their limits into nature, taking species into extinction, and that cannot happen any longer. We need to move forward for climate justice with the rights of nature. With that, we have two main projects that are coming ahead. One of them, really important one that is going to happen, especially this year with COP happening in Brazil, a call to declare the rights of the Amazon. This is really important because we understand that the Amazon is a living biome that is so essential for the balance of the weather and the climate in the world. And we need to be understanding that the Amazon has its own rights, its own voice, and that the people of the Amazon need to be being the voice of the Amazon, understanding what is needed for the Amazon without just the puzzle of what is every Amazonian country thinking to do with the Amazon. So this is an important call that we'll be taking this year to Brazil. And another one for sure will be to bring the voice of Antarctica. There's a working group that is working for a declaration for the rights of Antarctica, the silent victim that is suffering the impacts of climate change, and that is allowing us to think about a new eco-governance for these amazing, of course, living biomes. And with that, I would just like to thank you, saying that there is an urgent need to recognize that nature rights, and to reshape how we relate to this planet. So thank you so much, Osprey, for this opportunity of sharing that the rights of nature is definitely a path to move forward in this sea of chaos.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Natty, for that excellent presentation and inspiration. And I don't think any of us can forget the image of that little tiny frog that saved a cloud forest. I mean, the smallest amongst us. It's so beautiful. It's really inspiring. And I just wanted to mention to our audience that we were really honored to have Mary Lutz, who won the Goldman Prize, that was in the presentation Natty just gave. She spoke on a panel yesterday, so if people want to hear her story, they can do that. And at that time, we were also talking about an initiative that Casey from the Indigenous Council on Rights of Nature and Natty's engaged in, and others with WECAN around pushing forward this global call for a universal declaration on rights of nature to be equal to human rights. And we're pushing that forward through countries, and eventually bringing that to the United Nations. And we can put into the chat a link to that initiative, because it's so clear that the world needs rights of nature and we need to respect the natural laws of the earth. So I wanted to just bring forward those different pieces. And with that, I am very thrilled to bring Casey Camp-Hornick from the Ponca Nation into our conversation. And she has, really has her hands in many, many, many different advocacy pieces, from Indigenous rights to rights of nature to doing work on her land, being a leader of Indigenous peoples around the world. And we wanted to start her presentation with a video from one aspect of her work, but we wanted to share this with you because it really helps us get closer to a lot of the the voice and call and dreams and vision of Casey Campornik. So we'll show a video and then hand the floor to Casey. Thank you.
We Ponca are originally from the northern plains, forcibly removed into this territory in 1877. And this was our permanent way of being. This Mo'ite, this woman's home, this lodge, is a place that hasn't ever existed in this form, in the physical form, in this southern Ponca life.
We had always been taught that at one point in time people are going to look back to those of us who have that memory, that blood memory with this particular piece of the earth to teach you, to guide, to give gentle lessons in good ways about how to reconnect with where you are now.
This whole area around here, just within an acre or two, is going to feed so many. It's going to take care of so many ceremonies will help us to become whole again. It is the lodge that the woman cares for and passes on to her eldest daughter, and that's the way it's always been.
So from the very setting of the poles, which were done in a ceremonial way, to us going back and changing the way that it had originally been planned to be built, with WECAN's support, we were able to do that. It's been a community effort, a family effort to really get it going. We want it to be here for a long time. My mom never saw one here. My grandma never saw one here. And my granddaughter and my grandson will never not know a Ponca Earthen Lodge. It's always going to be part of their history.
There'll be lots of food stored inside the earthen lodge, as well as food grown around the earthen lodge and medicines as well. So we're excited for all of the cultural reasons, the spiritual reasons, the healing that this lodge is bringing to the Ponca Nation and the surrounding tribes and everyone who's been involved in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful building of the lodge. But it's also going to be a place where we can ensure that people have a place to be for safety and shelter and home during the times that are coming. We've been really honored as the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network to do a lot of research on the different traditional seeds that have been grown in this area and kept by the Ponca Nation for generations. So there'll be raised beds that are right next to the earthen lodge. Some plants are actually grown on top of the earthen lodge. So this will also be a place where the women can grow their food, grow their medicines, and share them with the community.
These small places of healing and medicine change the whole vibration of those who come in contact and get to come inside and see that there is a way forward. We can live in a good space and be responsible citizens of the earth. The dream is the earth telling us again and instructing us again how to live and how to be in a place that is what they call circular economy, or a reciprocal way of being.
And with that, Casey Camp-Hornick, you have the floor. Thank you.
Latia, Ijiji Uitike Panka, Abadi Mashte Panka, Oklahoma. Judy is my true name, my colonized name, Casey Camp-Hornick. I'm a Ponca woman from the occupied territory of Oklahoma. And I suppose first I need to say thank you to the women who have put things together and held this red line for this entire week and more, an entire lifetime. And that would be Osprey, Catherine, Ashley, and many, many more women that I don't know their names. Those are the women of WECAN that I'm honored to be part of. I'm very grateful today also to say thank you to our Mother, the Earth, to our Father, the Sky, to the sacred one here that they call water. I want to offer a little song to her, first of all. She is the reason we all are here, the reason that we have bodies that wrap over our spirits, that put us together as women of the earth, as children of the one mother that we all share. And I'm going to sing just one chorus, the rest I'll sing at home. Ni kanitahuzi wiblahamongli, wiblahamongli, wiblahamongli. Ni kanitahuzi wiblahamongli. Thank you, and I love you. Well, there are so many things to talk about and to share today. But first, also, I want to mention the women who are on this same panel as I am, as well as the women before. The depth of my relationship with them and with our Mother the Earth and with the healing that we're experiencing is beyond measure. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for what you bring. Each one of us being informed from a different portion of Mother Earth, each one of us from a spiritual background that informs us on how to go forward. Each one of us with a story, and we could talk about those things that are wrong with the earth that we as human beings have participated in. But today we're here talking about what's right, what's forward moving, what's next, and how to link arms and spirits and move into a new way of being, which is also an old way of being, connected to all that is. As a Ponca woman from Oklahoma, I want to tell you how we understood how to be as women. And it informs me on how to share with you on this new way of this web of life. Now it's called internet, or whatever way one can connect all the way around the world in this global assembly. Oh my goodness. What an honor, what an amazing thing to see. And how technology actually has a place in our life is very new to me. It's something that astounds me, and it helps me to understand what my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren also need to be a part of, how they can utilize these ways. I think that if I look back at the original village way of my mother and my grandmothers and the grandmothers before them, it was the women who knew what was needed in the villages, first in their own family, then in the neighbors, then in those around, then those in the village, and then beyond that, and beyond that, and beyond that. We're intimately connected with the food that we eat and the sacredness of caring for that, because if it's not cared for, we're not cared for. If the corn is not healthy, we're not healthy. And how people make a difference in themselves and nature is just beyond my imagination. How do you not understand that that drink of water that I just had is also a drink of water from a glacier, is also coming from the Thunder Nation, has also dripped from the dew of a honeysuckle and lived inside a eucalyptus and been part of the desert storms in that one little fragment of water throughout the eons. And when I take that sip, I am also that. How do we separate ourselves from nature and these new ways of looking at who we are and how we are? Well, we don't. We don't accept the colonizers' description of what is that and what is us. It is us. We are nature. As humans, we're a two-legged species that seems somehow to have touched into an ego that makes us feel as if we're something separate. But if we go deep into our spirit, deep into the understanding of the original teachings of each and every one of us, we recognize that we are the species that caretook the lands that we were on. The buffalo didn't destroy the earth where my people lived. The buffalo nurtured the earth. Now they're looking at buffalo as a carbon sink. They're thinking of ways to monetize and privatize the very lives of my relatives. Because the buffalo is my relative. It has sustained life here for as long as there has been life here. We are intertwined eternally in the ways of the reality of the laws of nature. When we talk about the laws of nature, when we talk about the rights of nature, when we talk about indigenous rights, those are one and the same. The laws of nature exist whether we recognize them or not. The wind is going to blow. The breath that we share with all living things and always have is going to continue to circulate around our mother, the earth. And I can't grab that breath and then sell it to someone else, like those ones that look at carbon trading as a reality. I cannot pick up this water and hold her like this because she seeps and flows and goes where she chooses. I cannot buy and sell her. When the fire comes naturally in the ways that it always has, and the wildfires purify the earth now even stronger than ever before, I cannot reach my hand into that. And yet somehow human beings believe that they can suck the oil and the gas and the fire-making elements and buy and sell those too. They're so foolish. They're so foolish. These things are not for sale. The earth herself is my mother, truly my mother. She nurtures me. She built me cell by cell within my mother's womb, within the sacred water. That is the same saline point as the Mother Ocean. And as I was fed those things and built this body within my mother, we became intimate relatives. All of the growing things, all of what the great mystery calls life on our Mother Earth. And we can try to complicate it with human-made laws. Or we can look directly at what is truth and simplify it into the reality of life itself that we're participating in here on Mother Earth. All of us born with an individual spirit, listening to each of these women, listening to Osprey talk and tie all of these into a package that makes sense. was a wisdom that came down and down and down and down and down from their ancestors. And that lives within them because cellular memory is a reality. Quantum physics scientists studied hard to find that out. Kind of tickles me because so much of quantum physics is catching up with what Earth's children have always known, that there is no separation between anything on Mother Earth, and that each of us is born and defined with a spirit that will always exist. But here we are right now in the very crucial moment on Earth on how are we going to be those good ancestors like you and I had, that fought hard, that recognized where they were on Mother Earth was important to caretake, that the food had to be loved and cared for and nurtured and cooked or not cooked, but always cared for, or else it wouldn't be good for us and our children. That the water had to be loved and cared for, not grabbed out of the streams and the rivers, but nurtured and kept clean so that we could go dip our hand in there and have that life-giving substance come inside us. That we couldn't take the strongest of the buffalo or the salmon or the relatives that were offering of themselves to continue life. But we had to take what was offered to us and pray hard. And that brings me back to what sustains us all right now is ceremony. How are we getting this thing called leadership? How are we getting these directions that bring us into a global assembly, that bring us into a time of sharing that will lay out a path in front of us? Ceremony. And what is ceremony? Ceremony should be everything. Ceremony should be saying thank you. Thank you for the life itself. It should be saying we recognize that when the sun is in the sky and warming us and giving us another day to be together, that's a ceremony. It's a way of being. It should be that when we gather in Berlin, it's a ceremony. And that every step, everything that we share today and from this time on is a ceremony. It's part of how we're going to move into this next portion of life on Mother Earth. It's how we're going to be able to define not what the problems are so much, because we know the problems. We're living them. We're living with illnesses. We're living with people whose minds are not right. They don't understand anymore what their ancestors knew always, because they think that that thing called money is real. And that's really hilarious if you think about it. I have a plastic card. I always think about that too. And I pretend that it means something. But what is real and means something is that moiti, that earthen lodge. So far, it's been there for a year and a half. And my family and I have withstood tornadoes in that literally took down all the trees in my yard and all of the gardening and things that we were getting ready to have for this year's stuff we've had to replant. But the Mo'iti, the original home of the Ponca people, withstood a tornado. And that's not the only one. It's been many tornadoes. And that has created a new way of being for us and the people around us, because people around us come and take part in these things too. The other portion that is real is the food that's being grown there and the ceremonial medicines that are being grown there. These are things that have been part of the Ponca way for as long as there have been Ponca. But yet, after our forced removal, we had to leave those behind and try to come into an economy that was false to us, that we never really understood, and exist within a system that was killing us. We have these big petroleum, the ConocoPhillips complex that's near us, that's causing environmental genocide. And I'm not going to go into that with you. I will tell you it exists, and that's why this thing called environmentalism came into my life and my family's life, is to try to sustain my people again. And my people are interdependent with all of those things we just spoke about. The forelegs, the fins, those that fly, those that burrow, those with roots in the ground, those waters that flow. So within our territory, we also have understood that it's necessary to align human law with natural law. And because of the sovereignty and because of the indigenous way of looking at the way that we should define law within our territory, we have been part of the making the first rights of nature, the immutable Ponca rights of nature in our territory. And that's not only going to protect us and all living things there, but all of our neighbors, even those who deny indigenous rights, because they have children that we love too. We can't forget that even though we may not be walking the same path right now, there's only one path forward, and they're going to figure this out. This is a time, a very, very, very special time of change, of rebirthing the original instructions into a modern day world. And that's why you and I have gathered today. That's why we are going forward with looking back and seeing what worked and bringing that into today's world in a whole different way. That's why we demand of ourselves to set aside the things we might think we wanted to do and instead to warrior up, to take to the streets if we have to be in this loving space like this when we need to nurture one another in those ceremonial spaces that give us back the understanding. We had heard so much about trauma. We'd heard so much about healing in these last years and maybe lifetimes. One of my nieces who has studied this because of death of a child said, I no longer am going to go for this thing of healing and post-traumatic stress and all of that. She said, instead, I choose to adapt to the world that I'm in and to make the changes that are necessary. And then I choose to live in post-traumatic growth. I thought, yeah, me too. I plan on living in post-traumatic growth with all of those things that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, all of the silliness of these political human beings that think that by electing someone who accumulates Bitcoin and things that are not even close to real, I'm going to think about the original teachings of the Ponca, and that is to pity them and pray for them. Pity them and pray for them, because they have chosen to be victims to stupidity, to a false sense of understanding what life is. And I know what their legacy is going to be. History has told us when there are those kind of people what their history is. And forever, their family and their generations are going to have to wonder what happened. How did their minds get so twisted and separated from their spirit? How did those bodies that they inhabit, wrapped around the spirit, somehow think that that's all there was them and their ego? But yours and mine, there's going to be a different viewpoint of us because we're setting ourselves up to live in post-traumatic health, post-traumatic healing, post-traumatic growth. And we're beginning to really understand the clarity of what was said to us by all of these women that were talking before this. Ceremony, 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 ceremony. Step outside yourself, walk around yourself, see what you need. Put your feet on the earth. Breathe in with gratitude. When you take your drink of water, say thank you. When the fire warms you from the Father, Son, be grateful. When the Mother Earth offers you food, oh, say thank you. Because she is our mother. We should take care of her just as she takes care of us. And the words that I wrote down here is what the last people were saying. There is no climate justice without rights of nature. I'm going to add that we should also take the word resource in a different way. Take the RE off of that always in your mind when you hear natural resource. Think about everything as a source of life, as a relative, as a friend, as a close ally to what the future should be. No climate justice without rights of nature. Recognizing that we are nature. We're just another species. No climate justice without rights of nature. And that rights of nature are indigenous rights. As indigenous people, and we all were at some point in our history, as indigenous people, we recognize that we are nature and that the rights always existed. We can either recognize or deny them, but we cannot grant or give rights of nature. We can only recognize them. I'm asking you to recognize them in whatever form you have to do in every community, first in your heart and then in your mind. And then see how it works to put that into a policy in your neighborhood, in your home, in your country. Allow the earth to inform you what she needs. Yeah. Rights of nature are indigenous rights. And as WECAN always says, indigenous rights are a climate solution. That's us. We're the climate solution. So, warrior up. In Berlin, we're going to have an Indigenous Council Day that we're all going to be joining in. There's going to be a tribunal there that looks at all the tribunals that the Global Alliance of Rights of Nature has done. WECAN is going to be on the ground, as well as many, many, many other organizations. I'm hoping that Movement Rights is also part of this. The Indigenous Council is inviting all Indigenous people to be there on that date. I'm certain that those with more skills than I can give you that information and on this web of life that we're talking on. Then I want to just offer this one song, and it's so simple. Hey inaha, udani. It says, my mother, you're good. I I want you to recognize yourself in that song. You're the mother of the future. You're the mother of thought. You're the mother of feelings and intuition. The moon guides your rhythms, and you're as true and powerful and deep as the ocean. I want you to recognize the mothers before and the feminine energy in men that needs to be put into the right alignment with the future that we seek. And understand that as we do these things, as we share with one another, as we come together in these sacred circles, these sacred spaces, that we are doing exactly what we've been called to do. We're setting forth a direct path to the future that is healed, that is the way that we're called to by the great mystery. And that path is already there. We just have to walk it. We have to walk it strong. We have to pull it, everyone, all humans, and help them to feel this, to understand it, and to know that now is the time. And we can do it together. Hey now, Danny, hey na hey now, Danny, hey na hey now, Danny, hey na hey now, Danny. Enatneo, 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 hey now, Danny. Hey now, Danny. Enatneo, hey now, Danny. Enatneo, hey now, Danny. Enatneo, hey now, Danny. Enatneo, hey now, Danny. Enatneo. We can. Osprey. All of us. Put your name just where I said her name. Put your name where I said my mother. You're good. You're good. You're strong. You're capable. Let's do this. Weebzaha. Thank you.
Oh, let's all take a deep breath. That was amazing. Casey Camp Hornick from the Ponca Nation. Thank you for sharing such incredible words and song and wisdom with us. Thank you so much, Casey. I want to be very delicate here because that was very profound and full and brought us into such a good understanding at many levels of many different things. And so I know we need to close out this session. And what I'd like to do is just offer if Jackie or Shirley or Natty had any closing reflections. I did want to make space if you wanted to. We're short on time, just to respect all the different technical issues. Sorry to bring us that logistical point, but I did want to just see if anyone had, you know, a 1 or 2 minute reflection you wanted to offer. Please be welcome to do so. No one is required to do so. I appreciate you all being here. So it's just a suggestion and offering if you had a reflection to close this session out with. We welcome that. And again, thank you so much, Casey, for really helping us land in this moment in a powerful way. So just open it up. No pressure from any of you. If you'd like to, please just jump in. You're very welcome to. Okay, maybe we're complete. That's fine. I just wanted to be respectful of everyone. That was quite a closing from Casey. What an amazing way to conclude our 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice. I want to thank all the presenters on this final session. It was extraordinary hearing from you, Jackie, Shirley, Natty, Casey. I feel very full from everything that you said. It was just a perfect way to end this 6-day journey. And we send our love and care and solidarity. All of you are women I'm working with. So you're not done with me. We're still all together. And tomorrow's the next day. I'll be calling you for the next thing. So we're all here together. But thank you all so much for this incredible, incredible closing of the Global Assembly. And we love you all so much. And we're dedicated, as you know, every day to you. Over the past 6 days, we've been hearing from an incredible group of leaders who are addressing the root causes, struggles, and policies that are at the heart of the climate crisis. Over 125 presenters from 50 countries have demonstrated why grassroots, Indigenous, and frontline women leaders in all of their diversity are central to just and effective climate solutions. And they have shared their visions and strategies for shaping a healthy and equitable world. And let's face it, it's the climate solutions, but we're talking about a new way of living with each other and the earth. This is what we're really calling for. The climate crisis is a result of how not to live. And we are transforming that in our dialogue, in our expressions, in our lived experience, and our advocacy. WECAN has been truly honored to have hosted a gathering of such remarkable presenters and to be with all of you who have joined us from all over the world. I mean, it's been incredible every morning to just hear country after country around the world being represented here. Very, very exciting. And to all of you who have joined us and the incredible work in your communities, you're all doing tremendous work, all of us collectively together. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to thank our 70 plus organization partners, some whom are live streaming with us and other social media platforms, the amazing interpreters who have just been on this marathon with us, incredible. And last but not least, I really want to lift up our phenomenal organizing team, Jacqueline Duncan, Ashley Gordado, Catherine Quaid, Jillian Lyon, Sophia Lovato, and Summer Sheikh. And these women have been, as they say, in the chair behind the scenes. And I would be very honored if you would all on our team turn on your videos, and maybe we could do that thing where you share everybody at the same time so we can applaud and congratulate your tremendous work, not just for the last 6 days, but this has been an effort since last autumn. So I'm saluting all of you incredible leaders who have been through this, done all kinds of work in every area of this assembly, which it wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Together, we're sending a powerful message. All of us, everyone who's listening, everyone who contributed, all the speakers, we're sending a message to governments and financial institutions that enough is enough is enough is enough. It's time to leave fossil fuels in the ground, leave this old way of thinking, leave this exploitation, leave this extractive economy, leave colonization, leave racism, leave patriarchy out. And we need to transition to a clean, just, decentralized, energy future, but also a future that looks very different than the one that we're in, and drawing from our ancestors in the past, as people have talked about, ways that we used to know and that some are still living, that we can learn from, that we're building the future that we want. We're creating our own space. Our voices are shining boldly with dignity, wisdom, love, and strength in the midst of horrifying and unlawful violence by state and corporate actors. We're rising to say colonization must end, sacrifice zones and environmental races must end, violence against women's bodies by extractive industries must end, the desecration of Indigenous sacred sites and violations against Indigenous land rights must end, the destruction of the earth and water must end. So let it be loud and clear that we are not going to stop speaking out and fighting. Our red line is to protect and defend Mother Earth, all species, and the very web of life. We are building a future that holds our wildest dreams. And I want us to remember that our ancestors are with us every day. Our many relatives, as Casey said, the ancient waterways, our deserts, our forests, the flowers, the ocean, the mountains, all the different animals, and our magnificent planet. Our goal is to keep building a global women's climate justice action movement. We will continue on with our fierce love for each other, all generations and our Earth. So thank you all so much for participating in this assembly and this collective work going forward. Ever onward, ever onward. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we close our assembly, and we're going to go ahead and shut down the live stream and all the different channels we've got going, but you're welcome to stay with us in this Zoom room for those of you that are here. We'll have some closing music so we can have sort of a gentle wind down. You can finish out your conversations in the chat, and we will have time to invite you all to share anything that you want to say from reflections from today. We'd love to hear from you, and we stand together. We're in solidarity, and we're going to continue going on. And again, we will be sharing out all the information from the assembly over the next days on our social media channels, through our newsletter, and we are together. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Jacqueline, let us know when the live stream stops. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Oui, ben,